No chip on my shoulder. Ha 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 ha. Boom.
Overnight, airstrikes hit Houthi rebels in Yemen, strikes suspected to be from the U.S. U.S. Central Command released.
Okay. Then that was really a dude.
Video on social media, which showed fighter planes taking off and conducting a strike against the group, but did not provide a date or location. Houthi-backed media reported airstrikes hit the capital of Sana'a, killing one person and injuring several others. The Trump administration has taken a more aggressive approach to the U.S.-designated foreign terrorist organization.
How anti-war of him.
The southern tip of Texas is getting a much-needed break from the torrential downpours that caused flooding across the area.
Houston gets
Storms are blamed for at least 4 deaths in the low-lying Rio Grande Valley. While the rain has stopped, deadly floodwaters have not receded yet. In Hidalgo County, one of the hardest-hit areas, 21 inches of rain fell this week in an area that normally sees 24 inches of rain in a year.
Nice.
In a loss for the White House, a judge has ruled against the dismantling of Voice of America. The federal district judge blocked the agency overseeing the international news organization from firing more than 1,000 journalists and other staff. A temporary restraining order also prevents offices from being closed or overseas workers from being recalled. Elon Musk is shifting the ownership of the social media platform X.
It's like the very southern tip of Texas. Like basically Mexico. Cool. Chihuahua.
Selling it to his own artificial intelligence startup company, xAI. Musk made the announcement on X. He said it was an all-stock deal that merged the private companies, valuing xAI at more than double startup companies' workers from being recalled. Elon Musk is shifting the ownership of the social media platform X, selling it to his own artificial intelligence startup company, xAI.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Musk sells Musk property to Musk in stunning business deal by the billionaire mogul. I wonder how much he sold it to himself for. $1? To avoid taxes, maybe? Maybe somebody should look into that.
Musk made the announcement on X. He said it was an all-stock deal that merged the private companies, valuing xAI at more than double that of X.
Lol.
Musk said this will more fully blend.
Based on what? Based on what? Worth that based on absolutely what? My AI can make shitty images and is used a lot on Twitter. That means he's worth a lot. No. This is speculation. This is horseshit. This is self-enrichment by this fucking idiot making another company that's just the same thing and then valuing it more, and boom, he's worth more money. This is a joke.
And AI technology with X, but it's not clear what that could mean for users. And let's talk, because the English language is changing. The folks behind the Oxford English Dictionary added dozens of new words to its pages this week. The new entries include many of Spanish origin, like cubano, referring to anything Cuban, from individuals to the famous sandwiches. Also in there, slang phrases such as real talk, meaning honest and direct conversations, and British slang, like the word faffy, as in overcomplicated and time-consuming. Still to come on PBS Newsweek.
Add the definition, the Australian definition of cunt, so Americans can stop whinging.
And the debate over thousands of job cuts at the government's health agency. And the women who saved countless lives.
So check it out through the link in the description.
Check it out.
At 30 days old and the size of a jelly bean, you're all suited up and ready to go. The journey is perilous, but you keep going, trusting your natural instincts.
I wonder if anybody can figure
Nice,
it out.
you've
yet.
made it. Right, here goes nothing. Finally to safety. Your lack of jaw muscles means the next few months are spent lying still as milk is pumped into you to grow. By 6 months you're able to move freely and decide it's time to brave the outside world. Only for a quick peep though. Eventually you gather up the courage to have a walk around, but still head back to Mum's pouch for dinner and bedtime.
It's the story
After
of a
around 8
kangaroo.
months, Mum gets fed up of being a walking hammock, so kicks you out for good. You were getting a bit too big for it anyway. Although you're out the pouch,
They're
you're still
goofy
classed as a
fucking
baby,
animals, they're
or
weird.
a joey, as you still need to feed from Mum by reaching your head in. Wait, what's that?
I
Another.
just saw this. I
Already.
was like, oh,
Doesn't
weird.
have a day off, does she? Guess she'll have to provide for the two of you then.
They're basically
After 4 more months
permanently
of back and
pregnant.
forth to Mum, you
It's
finally
wild.
have your last drops of milk. You are now an independent kangaroo. Now that you're weaned, you can fully focus on your favourite food. If you can find some
Grass.
first. This area is looking a bit bare, so it's time for you and the group to look elsewhere. Known as a mob, there's around 10 of you total, about the average, consisting of several adult males and females, some juveniles, and one dominant male. To get around, you use your signature kangaroo hop by putting all your weight on your toes and using your powerful hind legs, along with your elastic stretchy tendons, to bounce your way across the grasslands.
I don't know where John is. So they do this. Trudeau.
Huh? What just happened? Must have zoned out for a second. It felt really
What is
real,
happening?
though. Wait, that's the same car. And the same road.
Yeah, that's about what I'm gonna fuck around for and then get to it. I just gotta figure out what the fuck I wanna do. Might just fuck around.
You've got to stop them. That was a close one. They're all looking at you.
What is happening?
You have no idea how to explain. At least they're all okay. You continue cruising along at around 20 miles per hour. At this speed, hopping is very energy efficient due to the
Oh my
elastic
god, this
energy stored
video is 14 minutes long. How? Welcome. Hello.
in your stretchy tendons, allowing for minimal muscle effort. Your high eye placement gives you a 300-degree field of vision, which is perfect for locating new patches of grassland. Finally, dinner time. Your two-chambered stomach goes to work as your 8 front incisors supply the grass. Your tail usually acts as a counterweight to balance whilst hopping, but hopping is very inefficient when you only want to go
Dude,
one
my
step.
fucking internet.
Instead, you use it to...
Oh, was it your internet, was it? What happened to it? Just drop out?
Like, no, I was literally in the lobby since 5 o'clock. And it just didn't connect me to the lobby. And then I get a fucking notification that it was live. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? I was literally about to, check to see if you messaged me that you
I
weren't
did.
going to show up.
No, I messaged you an hour ago to say I'm almost there. I slept in. That's fucking strange. Very odd. We're watching a video about kangaroos.
form a tripod with your front paws so you can easily swing your hind legs forward as you graze. After several hours of grazing, the sun starts to rise, so you decide to call it a day. It's about to get very hot and you don't want to be moving about in it, so you decide to find somewhere to rest for the day. This looks like a good spot. Time to shut your eyes.
They do just be laying around.
Ah, what's that? Danger? Oh, no. They're not here for you. Could have done without the scare though. Phew, that was close. Well, not for everyone.
Rip.
Shame. They were in your vision too. At least you got them a bit more time. After all that excitement, you could do with a drink. You head over to a nearby pool of water to take a sip. Ow. That was your spot. Looks like they're not back yet.
This is so weird. Are they all like this?
It's nice and cozy at the moment as Mum's Walker. As a female, you're now around 18-19 feet in length, have 3-inch thick blubber.
Why it sucks to be a something channel?
No, it just says your life as an animal, and it's just this monotone British guy badly explaining the life of animals.
I couldn't hear for a second.
It's like it's just a British guy badly explaining.
But it's the why it sucks to be an orca channel, or
no. It's just how to.
Oh, there's another one that's literally exactly like this.
Well, that sounds like it would be more fun. Because I don't like.
It's shitty too.
How does 2 million views? How?
Dumb thumbnails? I don't know.
I don't understand. 'Cause I was watching and being like, okay, this is fine, and then I'm like, oh, this isn't a 3-minute video. This is a 13-minute video. What? Boy, oh boy. I did have a good one though.
How's everybody doing?
So, these two went on a Piers Morgan thing, and they had a live stream reacting to it. So, you want to do some reactception?
It's not what you think it is.
No.
No.
Why not?
Because they don't actually react to it. They just talk about the appearance.
That's disappointing. Okay, I'll watch that later then. I was hoping that it was them going to be watching it.
Yeah, I looked at it already and didn't put it on for a reason.
Okay, did you watch the Piers
Morgan?
Morgan?
There's a Dave Rubin clip in the streaming fun.
Mm.
That was driving me
this
ballistic yesterday.
Okay. Did you watch this one?
No, I think I put it on the streaming fun list for today.
Okay.
Let's go to that list, though.
Yeah, I will.
The way backward. It's got to be divide. Is the mathing? Oh my god. It'd be meters per second. What am I getting wrong? I know. I'm seeing if that's what they meant. It should just be this, right? Yeah, I had this. This was the first freaking thing that I did. Just don't understand how they got the next part. I was spending out of this. I don't know, but it does annoy me.
And so, here we are. I love the Mass Effect games for many reasons. The dialogue, the characters. Oh, Arya, I said Mass Effect.
Sorry, beep boop.
The characters. I especially love the series for trying to incorporate real space science into the games. But here's the problem. Some very cool Mass Effect math has been wrong for nearly 20 years, and no one has known why. Until now.
Now entering the facility.
I don't have many problems with the Mass Effect.
Was it just the Dave Rubin one you wanted?
There's other ones too.
Games aside from this obviously American politician, but when the games go to the trouble of being more
nothing specific, it was just general stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we would have planned if my internet didn't fucking have me in a ghost lobby.
It is what it is. The Twitch one is America now matches its vibe. Hot mess.
Than most. I can't stand it when something stands out more than a reporter's punchable face. And that something is this.
This is the Citadel, an artificial hub world for all the galaxy's spacefaring species. It takes its inspiration from actual space station designs like the Stanford Taurus and the O'Neill cylinder. The Citadel looks like these famous images from 1975 and 1976 respectively, because if humanoids are to live in space for extended periods of time, our bones, circulatory systems, and faces prefer to live under gravity. The theoretical torus and cylinder generate this gravity.
You've had
by
control for
spinning.
10 minutes
Spinning
and
is
the
a good
algorithm
trick
is
that-
already giving me dumb shit about these animals.
It was on the 5th gen recommended
know.
page. That's your fault, not mine.
Now it's not stopping.
What do you want? Go on. Go. Go.
Oh, they're about to bomb Iran, probably.
America.
Yeah, if they didn't already.
Very cool.
It's gonna be one of the fucking, yeah. They put B-2s in the Indian Ocean
Oh,
3 days ago.
great. That's great.
4 long-range stealth B-2s to the Indian Ocean base. Which, I'm not sure if you... Do you know where the Indian Ocean base is?
I don't know, probably Perth.
Look at it on a map.
Is it like Galapagos Islands?
It's like... Literally, you're like, whoa, there's a landmass there? It's such a strategic position for the U.S., especially to fucking stage long-range bombers out of.
Diego Garcia.
But I'm sure the main reason they moved them is to put more pressure on Iran coming to the table for nuclear talks. So that's why they're so public about moving these B-2s. Because they launched B-2s from Texas to bomb Syria, and it was
Yeah.
barely reported on.
Yeah, it's just a...
So I think this is the reason why they're so open about the B-2s being moved here is because they're trying to threaten Iran into doing nuclear talks.
Yeah, that always ends well. You were barking to come in and now you want to get out. Up. Go. Stupid dog.
Look at him. He's so innocent.
Can mimic
Look at his
gravity
little
in
face.
space through fictitious forces.
You know when you're driving a car and you take a tight turn and it feels as though you are being pushed to the outside edge of that turn? Well, that force you're feeling is fake. It's fake in the sense that to anyone outside of the car, there is obviously no one
when I saw the live
forcing
notification,
you
it was like
to
7 minutes in or so. Legit, for a very split second, I felt rage because I was like, this motherfucker went to the wrong lobby and started streaming from it. And then I was like, I looked up and it was just, instead of where it says live or end stream, it just said connecting up there. And I was like, you bitch.
Ah. Yeah, okay.
Because I kept having internet issues, so I reset my internet, and then I refreshed this page thinking that was good enough after the internet came back online.
Just didn't check.
Yeah, I also
One
didn't
side.
put it on my laptop. I didn't have the room on my laptop as
Yeah.
well, so I did have my headphones in.
Fair.
or the other.
Instead, your body is moving along with the car, and when it turns, your body wants to continue in a straight line. Inertia. But the friction of your butt in the seat and then the belt across your chest moves you along with the curve. In the car, it feels like a hot Asari biotic commando is pushing you outwards with some invisible force that you're actually totally into, but the reality is that the car is simply forcing you to move along the curve, with force. This difference between observers is why the centrifugal force is considered fictitious and the centripetal force is not.
Centripetal
China.
acceleration is how the Citadel generates artificial
Oh,
gravity.
I
By
was
spinning,
watching,
all the inhabitants in the wards
the China
and
show
Presidium
guys.
will feel as though they are
Right?
pinned
Then
at their
US show.
feet.
Yeah, I was like kind of like in the background when I was waking up today.
Yeah.
And they kind of pissed me off because they were like, all the buildings that fell down were tofu dregs that China built, which just isn't fucking true. Like, China doesn't build temples.
No. No, they build shitty skyscrapers. So it is
Also,
a bit disingenuous. But
yeah, it's
I
like,
can
it's
see-
like,
I can
chill
see the
out with your
argument.
all the buildings that fell down.
Yeah, they need to chill out.
It's
Especially
like, you
right
gotta
now.
be careful with the words that you use.
Yeah, especially right now when China, like, people need to be warned about what China is planning and doing and potentially doing. You need to chill out. Like, it needs to be concise, directed, thoughtful.
To the inside edge of that gigantic structure. The trick is to get all the numbers correct, the rate of rotation, the radius, so that that pinning feels just like gravity does on a planet. But it is the numbers that are the problem with Mass Effect Citadel.
Why did I find this poster in your captain's quarters?
What? That's not mine. I don't even know if that's a poster of a character named Miranda or not. Today's episode is sponsored by Display. Gamers. But so with company Marvel have all.
I wish I could
simply
get a Display
metal. They are
sponsorship.
a wrinkle in Display's latest product that
Then I
adds
could get
extremely
free
happy with the
Displays.
quality of my own collection. Click the discount link in the description to get 26% off for 1 to 2 displays or 30% off for 3 or more. You have so many geeky passions. Let people see them. Display them. Better yet, displate them. Thanks to Mass Effect nerds, the entire Mass Effect Codex is now available online.
Nice.
And according to that codex, the Citadel does in fact generate the majority of its gravity via centrifugal, or in our case, centripetal forces. The Citadel itself rotates once every 3.5 minutes, and the citizens of the wards in those long arms are pinned to its sides with 1.02 Earth gravity. That's 1.02 times the normal gravitational acceleration on Earth, which is 9.81 meters per second per second. In the Presidium, which is that much smaller ring at the center, it's 0.3 Gs. These two numbers at least make sense. If you keep the rate of rotation the same, because these two rings in the Citadel are connected, then the further you are out from the center of rotation, the more centripetal force you will feel. Because with the same rotation rate, you're covering more distance in the same amount of time than the smaller ring is. More distance over time is more speed is more velocity is more acceleration, which is more force.
Like,
now, if you know the equation for
appreciate
centripetal acceleration, you know that
using,
R
like,
is
a
in the
game
denominator.
as
We'll
a
get to
basis
that
for
in a
your
bit.
educational
So,
content. But there's already an answer to why the Citadel is like this.
Go on.
It's Reaper tech. Like, even like the introduction to the series, Sovereign, like, oh no, it doesn't happen in the introduction. It's happened on Vermeer. He says, like, Sovereign just turned in a way that would have torn our ships in half.
Yes.
As in,
yes,
like, even like
yes.
any of so, like, the Citadel, like the Reapers, are beyond comprehension.
I am so.
There is no scientific answer behind it. It can be as wrong as it wants because it would just be the flawed data collection of the Citadel engineers.
Yeah, it's a
Because they wouldn't
an
be
unknown
able
element.
to gather accurate data because it's like an extraterrestrial phenomena.
Yeah, there's an
don't
unknown.
understand.
There's an unknown and an unsolvable in this equation.
wouldn't a larger radius for the wards mean actually a lesser force? Well, no, because here specifically the rate of rotation is the same. Think of it this way. If you had 3.5 minutes to go around a very small track in your car, you could get a pretty leisurely pace going, right? And you wouldn't have to take all those hard corners. But if you had to get around a giant track in that same 3.5 minutes,
So,
you would have to
like,
go much, much faster, right?
if we're accounting for the Citadel's gravity this way, are we accounting for the fact that the arms will close when the Citadel needs to defend itself? What happens to the people when the arms close?
Well, the gravity would go down.
Also, at the end of the first game, don't you turn on mag boots and jump out an elevator?
Yes. Yeah, because outside doesn't have gravity.
Well,
Right,
I think
it's
it's
only
more of that you're
internal.
walking down towards gravity.
Yeah, the perspective shift is all weird. But
like,
even when the windows are breached, the gravity stays inside the building. Like, it doesn't disable anything. Does it stop spinning?
well, you know, and with that end sequence with Sovereign, like, turning on the mag boots doesn't seem to change anything gameplay-wise, you know?
No. No, it didn't, did it? Because you were full fighting.
And
when
then
you're
you're
on the
driving
Normandy-
effectively, you know.
And you go into this section in the first game where the top was ripped off, you engage mag boots, and you have to walk super slow through there.
Second game.
In the opening.
Yeah. Yeah, very slow. It's very frustrating and annoying.
So,
And then you bonk all the
that
chairs out of the
section
way.
where you have to walk through 0G just shows that when mag boots are actually affecting things, you know, the Citadel just has an aura.
It just is.
You know, turning left the whole time, you're driving like a mass car effect. Hey, did you know that we have a gaming channel? We do this kind of thing all the time. We science.
All right. Yeah, let's go with this one.
This shit me up the wall so hard.
All right, everybody, this is the Rubin Report. I'm Dave Rubin.
Why
It's
is he
March
growling?
27th, 2025. We are live streaming on Rumble, on YouTube, on Locals. I know you've tapped that notification bell, so I don't even need
Don't
to
tell me to
finish
tap
this.
it, Dave.
Yeah, you got it. We got a Rubin Report
Pervert.
Locals community Q&A. You know, we did not have a post-game show yesterday because I was on Piers Morgan immediately after the show, and we can't have a post-game show today because I got to get over to New York because I'm on the #1 show in late night, Greg Gutfeld, or Gutfeld with an
I don't
exclamation point.
understand how
Tonight
people still
and
give
tomorrow's
this guy
show because I'm on Jesse Waters and I think Fox and Friends and a whole bunch of
platforms
other
and
media stuff in
positions.
New York. Tomorrow's
I guess
11 a.m.
he's
show
just
should be the highlights of
a
Gutfeld.
useful
Thank you for
idiot and will
bearing
say
with
whatever
us.
they want him
I
to
promise
say,
you
and
some
he's
good
easily
laughs. I
manipulated,
can
which
already
is why they love
guarantee
him.
it in advance. I'm going to poke and noodle that little Greg Gutfeld guy. So we got a couple stories
What
of the week
sounds
that are just,
gay.
we're not doing hardcore
He sounds
politics
gay,
today.
Dave.
It's going to be a little bit of stuff from overseas. And then is there going to be a
Weird.
Islamic mega city in Texas? We'll find
Okay.
out. That's
No,
what we're doing on the
hopefully.
Rubin Report today. All right, so we showed you the video last week of Conor McGregor, current MMA legend,
Rapist.
former MMA fighter, at the White House, really making the case for Ireland being for the Irish. I know that that's very controversial. You know, a pot of gold, a leprechaun, a rainbow, a Guinness,
this is where I
that
lost
sort
it.
of thing. Not necessarily a place
so-
that should just
pause,
be overrun with.
Okay, Ireland is for the Irish, you know, Irish culture. Leprechaun, pot of gold, rainbow, Guinness. Wow, Dave. Wow. So, like, I want to feel like Dave goes to, like, Chinatown, and he, like, even does this when he goes around, and it's like, I'm in Chinatown. This is how Chinese are. And, like, this is literally what I was saying the other day with that other guy who was talking about China, where
Yeah.
it's like, Chinese culture was erased.
Yeah.
Like, you're fetishizing this Disneyland amusement park shit.
Yeah.
And then, like, as I've said several times, if Ireland wanted to, like, bolster its Irish population, it would have repatriation programs, not white supremacist shit that bans immigrants. If you really, seriously, if it's really not underlying racism, you would be advocating for a repatriation program for Irish people to come back to Ireland, not banning immigration. It's kind of obvious.
Immigrants from the Middle East and from Africa. It's really not controversial to say that. There's nothing wrong with fair-skinned white people. How you doing, Connor? Good to see you, as always. Check this out from Inevitable West. Breaking: Ireland's Director of Public Prosecutions is now considering charging Conor McGregor with incitement for hatred for posts he made on X back in 2023. He could face up to 2 years in prison. This is Trump-style legal warfare and blatant election interference. So we've been through all of this, guys.
Dave.
We've
Wow.
been through this many, many times here in the United States with Donald Trump. And now it appears that it's happening to Conor McGregor.
When was Donald Trump
Ireland.
prosecuted for speech? Dave. When did that happen? It's blatant election interference. Because Conor McGregor wants to, run for office in Ireland. By the way, Ireland's president is ceremonial. He has no power. The power comes from the fucking House. They're a fucking pure democracy where only your representatives in the House matter. So go ahead and run. You literally mean nothing. The guy with the most power in Ireland is the guy who rings the bell and says, I'm suspending the House because y'all are fighting too much. That's literally the guy with the most power. He's the equivalent of J.D. Vance. He's a tiebreaker.
Yep.
Right?
That's amazing.
Morons.
Years ago, clearly nobody was looking into these posts until he shows up at the White House. Kind of implies he's going to announce a run for president, then announces it, I think the next day, maybe 2 days later. Conor McGregor tweeted this. I'll even try to do it in an Irish accent. Fact! For the people of Ireland, I stand my ground. May our truth never be silenced. The fact is, if there is 7 years of zero resistance inside Oris un Torren towards government, Ireland is done for. Magnify where we are right now times 7,000. I would prefer to sell my yachts than have to approach the soulless, colorless combines of Del Ire in every...
Your yachts, bro. How out of touch.
Day, but if I do not, I am well aware of Ireland's faith, and I will never let that happen. Vote McGregor, the future of our country depends on it. Where's me freaking shillelagh? No, it was a little Scottish. Kind of worked, yeah. So people are all...
I can't believe people unironically watch this shit. We're 3 minutes in, I want to kill myself.
Bro, isn't this fucking crazy? I told you this.
No wonder his videos
finish this. I had to fucking put it aside for us. You know how much I fucking hate this shit. Where, I don't know, it definitely happens with Israelis and Jews, but that's a little bit different of a tumultuous political situation. But this fucking right-wing borrowing of, Ireland's causes and shit to, push their own dumb shit, using them, saying they were slaves, so racism is okay, all this type of shit.
Yeah.
Stop. You don't understand what you're actually, dealing with.
Oh my god.
And they're going, well, what the hell is happening in Ireland? It's interesting. If you think of all the different countries in the world, okay, Spain is for Spanish people.
This is
for
also
British people. And
what is a Spanish person?
And how do you define what your country is and
Jack.
what your culture is and all of that?
Spain is for Spanish people. Do you understand how stupid that is to say?
Yeah.
What is a Spanish person?
Well, I think in this aspect they're talking about people from European Spain, not Latin America.
Okay,
White.
but that's the point. Spain is not a fucking homogenous identity. It's probably like the most like ethnically diverse European like at least for the West, right?
Because even
so like
even
what
in
is
America,
somebody
Hispanic
what is this
people,
what is a fucking like what does he say? Spain is for Spaniards? Like what is that?
Yeah, well, I mean, Hispanic people do call themselves, like, they say Spanish.
No, Spaniards are different.
No, I know, it's the white ones.
But what does he actually say here?
There's something about Ireland you think of the change and how do you define Spanish people? It's interesting. If you think of all the different countries in the world, okay,
right?
Spain is
if
for
you're
Spanish people.
You are from Spain, technically.
Sure.
Hispanic is more of the Latin America descendant of Spain. But like if you say I'm Spanish, nobody's going to think, "Oh, you're from Mexico."
Mm-hmm.
Right? What does this mean?
Talking about Spain.
What does this mean? Do you like how ignorant can you be?
Dave Rubin.
Like do we understand like all the different fucking ethnic groups and languages inside Spain? You can't even qualify it as I'm Spanish by like language speaking at that point.
No, even people from Catalonia won't call themselves Spanish. They'll say they're Catalan.
Yeah, but there's like,
or they're
like
from Barcelona.
What about Brittany too?
Yeah, true.
You know,
like there are all these
like
groups
Spain,
and areas.
Regions.
I don't know where I heard it or who told me it, but when I heard or got told that Spanish people sound like white people trying to speak Spanish as a second language, and I can't unhear it. and now it's just bad Spanish.
Britain's for British people, and we know that these things have largely changed.
Britain is for British people. Another fucking terrible country to choose from for your fucking racist point.
The Celtics. Yeah, okay.
You know, because British people, okay, so Britain is for British people. Can Welsh people and Scottish people and Northern Irish people not be British then? They have to stay to their own fucking territory inside the United Kingdom? Okay, so check this out. This is just languages in Spain.
The red map.
Yeah. So that's Spanish, right?
Yeah.
It's literally like 17 autonomous regions.
17? Jesus Christ.
So this, like, if you were talking specifically about the Spanish ethnic group, you could say Castilian. And then even then, can you imagine if they fucking were like, Spain is for Castilians? Can you imagine the fucking crisis that would cause?
Oh yeah, it would fucking cause a civil war.
Also, like, keep in mind, like, Spain, they still have the, like, because they had some of the Muslim empire in the south, they still have that in there.
Yeah. Crazy.
Historical nationalities is purple. Look at the ethnic groups in Spain.
It almost seems like it's saying white is incredibly fucking stupid. Who knew?
Well, I mean, it's certainly a white country, but oh, look at this.
No, I'm talking specifically about.
They wrote Jippo in here.
I'm speaking specifically about white nationalism, like white people is a stupid statement.
There's a reason why it's stupid.
Yeah.
But like, oh babies.
It's like any supremacist group that just uses blanket statements are like the peak of stupid.
Zapata, is your butt all wiggly?
Is he better now?
They upset. They upset.
And how do you define what your country is and what your culture is and all of that? There's something about Ireland. You think of the rolling greens and the golf courses and the beer and the leprechauns. Like, it seems pretty
Yeah,
you said leprechauns again.
When I hear
people.
Ireland,
not to say black people
I
can't
think
live.
golf courses.
Yeah, for sure. That's what I think. Yeah.
Will
there
you
or
two knock it
religious minorities or anything else. But like, it seems like a kind of straightforward one. Like, if you're kind of pale, you got reddish hair, you're good to go. However, it's changing. Here's some video of Ireland's St. Patrick's Day festival.
This guy
just
lives
last
in
week.
stereotypes.
Oh no, one Chinese person. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god,
my goodness.
multiculturalism.
A dozen people from India. A Bulgarian.
Oh, look, the
oh my god.
Filipinos!
8
Not
Filipinos.
Filipinos.
Oh my god. Oh my god, it's over.
Oh my
It's
god,
so over.
Palestinians.
Oh my god, Irish people who aren't Palestinian showing solidarity with Palestine. 2 people with Ukraine. Oh my god. Oh, here comes the Ghana people. Oh my god. There's about a dozen of them too. The culture
no.
is dead.
Not the Bulgarians.
Oh my goodness, black people. Black people in Ireland, it's dying. Oh, was that Mexico? What's that doing there?
All right, so
Like,
look, it's
okay,
nice to
first
see
of
some
all-
people wearing green, but you've
The ominous music.
I know, right? That's what I was saying as well. It was blowing my fucking mind. But like,
Oh my god.
so the people who were prominent there, okay, the largest of the dozens, India.
Naturally.
Obviously, that's British shit, you know, with British India, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the Philippines and Ghana are like pretty fucking serious, like open partners with Ireland.
Yeah.
Like, there's a big Ghana like population in Ireland, and same with the Filipinos.
Filipinos are everywhere though. They just leave. They just be leaving.
Yeah, but in Ireland, these two groups stand out
Okay.
as their own like culture within Ireland.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
these people have their own culture, and it's not even like a culture that's transplanted from the Philippines. It's obviously a fusion melting pot culture like all immigrants have. It's not like these people are fresh off the boat or anything. These communities have been there for a long time.
Yeah.
You've got all kinds of different flags. You've got all kinds of different garb. Remember, Ireland is not a melting pot the way America
Yes, it is.
I like the Irish healthcare workers for Palestine. How do they feel about the Irish traditions and culture? You have to wonder. So that, in essence, is a visual example of...
Dave, just look up the relationship between Ireland and Palestine.
Like, how can you be so dense? like the Irish wouldn't side with Palestine.
What Conor McGregor is fighting against, and no, it does not mean that he is racist or anything like that. Tracy O'Mahony,
Yes, it does.
who's an ex-political commentator,
He's a
wrote this.
racist
In June 2024,
rapist.
the Irish government voted to opt Ireland into the EU Migration and Asylum Pact against the wishes of the Irish people. Ireland has until June of 26 to pass the necessary laws needed to enact the pact.
You
Since
see them
June
doing
of
this all the
2024,
time.
there has
I don't
been
know why they're
silence
so
from the
focused on
government regarding the
Ireland, but
pact.
remember
Less
Tim
than 1
Pool
week ago,
did that
Conor McGregor stood on the world stage
documentary
and
where you
declared that
had trouble
Ireland
finding
has...
the one person who's like, oh, I guess it is a little scary when I get the wrong information about immigrants coming here. Remember that with Tim
The
Pool?
Sweden one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was the one they were doing back then. Now they're doing this Ireland thing where they're saying that the Irish are going to be a minority in their own country.
Yes, I have been hearing
and
this.
all
yeah.
this stuff. Like, no fucking like looking at like the history of Ireland and why there is so much more people outside of the country than in it.
Mm.
You know? What do we
Yeah.
think happens when you have gigantic diaspora populations like that? Do you think there's a history behind that?
I don't know, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think about it. I just do shit and speak for lots and lots of Russian dollars.
A mass, unvetted, uncontrolled immigration problem,
Getting
and that
invited
should
on
he
Fox
run and
News
be
and shit.
elected president of Ireland, he would do all in his power to challenge the pact. Today, the Minister for Justice, Jim O'Callaghan, has secured government approval to submit Ireland's national implementation plan for the EU Asylum and Migration Pact to the European Commissioner, with Minister of State for Migration Colm Brophy stating that we are not waiting for June 26 to make changes to our systems. Be under no doubt that the government are running scared, because if Conor McGregor secures a nomination needed to run for the presidency, and if he can
In
run on an immigration
1980,
platform,
Ireland was
he
the
stands a
first
good chance of being
European
elected the
Union
next
member
president of
state to
Ireland.
endorse the establishment of the Palestinian state. Wow. The first one, huh? I wonder why there was literally white Irish people carrying the flag for healthcare workers for Palestine. I wonder why that is, Dave. Because that's the thing, is this, there's
Makes you
not a
think.
Palestinian diaspora population in Ireland.
Interesting.
I mean, there are, but, like, you know, it's not one of the
It's not a
significant
massive
groups.
one. It's just
Yeah,
small.
yeah.
Yeah. Interesting.
But there's
Ireland.
also, like, if we're talking about Ireland right now and policies that are going to change the country, like, they are also, like, because of the situation in Ukraine, they're also being pressured to up their military, right? And so, like, when it comes to UN peacekeeping mission, you know, it's the only fucking country has a good reputation there.
Who?
Ireland. I think they have the longest UN peacekeeping mission that's been ongoing, and that's in Lebanon.
Interesting.
So there's Ireland has been a neutral country. Irish neutrality has been a very prominent thing, especially among the left wing and stuff. So, like,
Okay.
Sinn Féin is really against the militarization of Ireland and stuff like that. So that's changing. That's going to be a huge change that nobody fucking gives a shit about. But, like, Ireland being a country that it's literally kind of like a Taiwan-esque country. Like, it kind of exists outside the norms in many different regards for certain things. Like, they don't care about your military alliances or anything like that, you know?
yeah.
And they will vote against the grain and stand up for human rights and all this stuff where other people fucking sleep on it. And that's what makes it such a fucking interesting country and culture. And that's not going anywhere.
No, and why would it? Like, the people coming in aren't going to change that. It's going to stay.
I love this shit about the leprechauns and blah 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 blah. It's like literally the Americanization of, like, the Irish culture with all the examples he gave, except Guinness, which guess what? Guinness isn't gonna disappear.
No. No. Again, why would it? Like, these are just irrational fucking talking points.
You know, do you have the ping pong ball inside Guinness where you are?
I don't drink Guinness.
Oh. Well, the
Couldn't
beer
tell you.
has a ping pong ball inside it.
Yeah. For, like, aeration
why?
or something, right?
Yeah, it's full of nitrogen, so it keeps it, like, fresh off the tap taste.
Yeah.
But even then, like the American and imports of Guinness are not what Guinness is in Ireland. It's like syrup in Ireland. It's so thick. It's disgusting.
Yuck.
So what is the answer? The government will do everything in their power to remove debate around the EU Migration Pact by endeavoring to pass all of the necessary laws before November 2025.
Spain
This
is for
government is
Spanish
rotten
people.
to the core. So you see what's happening here. It's the same thing that we're seeing in so many of these countries,
The
whether
government
it's
is
Britain
rotten.
or France, or partially what we
Bro.
even had to do here in America, certainly what's going on
Like,
in Canada. The native people of
Irish
a country
government
who wish to have Western
Being
values
rotten
and
is, like, laughable because, like, the diversity of opinions among the parties, like the fact that like you can have someone like Claire Daly get amplified to like have an actual like representative EU position for Ireland.
Yes.
Because you know why she got that position, by the way?
I don't.
So her party was one of the biggest champions of like abortion rights. It's because Ireland is a very Catholic nation, so it had this it has a lot of conservatism mixed with these like progressive things, because like it's still a very like Catholic country, and like in many regards very conservative. And then in everything else it's like genocide is bad, we're going to stand up for human rights, you know?
It's a good,
but yeah, because she basically was the champion and the face of the pro-abortion movement, and also she was really big with the Irish neutrality movement and the Shannon Airport being used to move Guantanamo and black site prisoners. They were big on that and doing protests there. And then she gets to the EU and starts doing Assad apologia, and people did not like that.
Amazing.
Like, you can literally be pro-Hamas and get government positions in Ireland, but then when you start, like, doing actual, like, genocide apologia for Assad and shit, oh no.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a big oh no.
Who wish to maintain their culture and everything else don't want
maintain their culture.
To just be overrun with people and have to live under the whims and wishes of unelected bureaucrats that live somewhere in Brussels. It's not much more complicated than that, and it doesn't make anyone racist, and it's just fine.
Brussels, but the Ireland loves the fucking EU, and
yes, they do.
They love it so much that like Northern Ireland voted to stay in there, and it almost caused the fucking Republic to reunite because the EU is so significant. So this anti-Brussels narrative is also dumb as fuck.
Yeah.
If an Irishman wants to go to the pub with his shillelagh, have a Guinness, and, you know, smack around his wife after.
That's all they do.
Or maybe not that part, but you know what I'm saying. Conor McGregor tweeted this. Against the wishes of the Irish people, modus operandi of a government that has long since abandoned the voices of its people, the people of Ireland. Everything said in the White House, true, and we fight,
psychotic thing to say about Ireland.
Hey guys, let's get real for a sec. Anyone else feel like they're drowning under credit card bills, personal loans, or maybe
go
even...
look at its fucking Freedom House score.
A guy that was going around, he appears to be a local Irish journalist, going around talking to people about Conor McGregor and the immigration problems and much more. And this is just a regular lady, and yeah.
Would you support Conor McGregor if he were to become the president of Ireland?
Yes, I would definitely support Conor McGregor. What Conor McGregor said in the White House last week was extremely accurate and very, very true of how the people of Ireland, North and South, feel about illegal mass migration. Now, I fully understand that we have all made mistakes, and some people might say Conor's made a mistake in the past. We'll get
North and South?
Yeah. Why would you say North and South?
It seems strange. I did think that was weird.
Like, nobody distinguishes the North unless you're a fucking red-handed cunt.
Guess what? So have I. I've made a lot of them. It doesn't mean that what I say today is not true. And he was speaking facts.
Surgically removed. That's not just, he's made some mistakes, let's move on.
Just boys being boys.
Yeah. He's a
you think Conor McGregor is the last
racist rapist.
Chance for Ireland before they go too far in the wrong direction?
I'll tell you this, I'm frightened for the direction that we're going in, and we need a real big change, and I think it has to be something like the Donald Trump in America.
Oh my God.
And Conor McGregor, from what I can see, is maybe our best hope.
First off, that woman's great. She wants to run for politics here in America. Come on over, lady. Get on board. Yes, we've all made mistakes. Nobody's perfect. It does not mean the truth that Conor McGregor or she is laying out today is wrong. What was his name? Nick Shirley? Nick Shirley is the name of the guy, by the way, who is doing that interview there. And again, none of this has anything to do with racism. What they're realizing is they're losing their country. And now I want to connect this to something that's happening here in America.
What?
I said I don't know enough about regional accents to tell you where she was from, but North and South is a sus thing to say, let me tell you. Did we get a good look at her hands? Were they fucking stained blood red?
Not sure. I didn't say.
No, they don't actually. I'm just kidding.
America, this story is really, really wild. So in Plano, Texas, which is just outside of Dallas, and Texas, obviously a huge state. There's an awful lot of land. They're doing an awful lot of building there, and it's one of, you know, the big three states, I would say, Texas, Florida, and Tennessee, that all of the blue state people are fleeing to. Well, there have been plans put into place for a giant Islamic mega city, but don't take my word for it. Take this
is
guy's
so
word
funny because it's literally
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Brothers and sisters, I'm sure many of you have heard of the amazing project that we're doing.
All the racists get mad, and one guy goes, "We tolerate the blacks." Okay.
Known as epic cities. We are, alhamdulillah, constructing an entire city half an hour from downtown Dallas, literally 30 minutes from our own Plano Masjid over here. It's going to be a city of over 1,000 people.
It's clearly a fucking property scam.
Yeah. Obviously, yeah.
Alhamdulillah, we launched this website.
What are the Ahmadis? They're probably Ahmadis as well, because you know, they're a little bit more, I don't want to insult Ahmadis, but they're more of like, I don't want to say cult-like, but they're more likely to have compounds and shit, but, you know, because even among the Muslim community, they're persecuted.
Yeah, okay.
Site last year, and we sold the entire phase 1 within days. Because of the demand, we are now opening up Epic Ranches. Epic Ranches is an exclusive opportunity for those who want to be within minutes of Epic City, but also want larger plots. We have 2 Epic Ranches. Epic Ranches 1 begins with 1 acreage and goes up to 5 acreage. And Epic Ranches 2 has plots of half acre and also investment opportunities for those who want to build condominiums. Brothers and sisters, this is a limited time opportunity. It is an amazing time to invest for the future, not only of yourselves, but of your children after you. We are, inshallah ta'ala, going to change the entire da'wah scene by demonstrating to the world what it means to be a Muslim living in the West.
Okay, there's a bunch of things to talk about here. First off, if you're an American, any American has any right to live anywhere. There's no such cities. That's a Christian city. There might be a city where mostly Christians live. There might be a city where mostly Muslims live, Dearborn, Michigan. There might be a city where mostly Jewish people live, a little enclave in Brooklyn. All these things are possible. But you can't stop other people from living there. Now, I don't know that this group of people have stopped anybody, but do you think you'd be welcome there if you were a Jewish family? Do you think a Christian family would be welcome there? Do you think you'd be able to open up any other type of place of worship besides a mosque? Do you think 3 Christian families could come in and open up a church? Do you think the Jainists are going to be welcome?
What do you expect?
Dave, it doesn't even exist. In this fantasy fucking place that I made up in my own head, do you think Jews would be welcome there? That's fucking weird, bro.
Come over there. How's it going to go for, I don't know, gays or lesbians or the bis or whatever else? So this does represent a I would say, a real divergence from what America is all about. And
what would that be,
interestingly,
Dave?
Texas, almost 10 years ago,
Property
did pass a
development?
law banning Sharia law, which is obviously Islamic
You remember this, when they
religious
banned
law, which
Sharia law?
dictates really over
Very
it's a
crucial.
religious system and a political system over the people's lives who
That seems
choose to
very
be part of
crucial
it.
to happen.
Laura Logan, who's an actual investigative journalist, she wrote this breaking. Attorney General Ken Paxton announces investigation into Islamic mega city development in Plano, Texas. Epic, and that's what it is right there.
I wonder why they're
Look, it is
investigating
worth thinking about
Yeah,
this
there's
stuff, guys,
nothing-
and it doesn't
nothing
make you
racist
bigoted
about
to
that.
say, okay,
No, I'm
this
saying
group of
it's
people over
very
here shouldn't have
obviously a real
a
estate
city.
scam. They're not gonna build that shit.
He's
They're
implying
they're
he's
fucking
implying it's
attracting
racism, but
investors
it's
to fucking-
literally a scam.
Like, it's a fucking real estate development scam. They always fucking post these grand plans, and then they fucking look at the perfect example, the Saudi wall city.
Yeah.
That's
Now
what
it's a
this
segment.
is.
Yeah.
In the United States that is just for them, that won't be accommodating to other people. You want to have whatever your religious beliefs are, and you want to have your places of worship and your way of life and all of your things, that's fine. But we
Dave, why
don't
don't
want
you go
to
try
take
to
the
buy a
beautiful
property
melting
there,
pot of
then?
America and turn it
Put your
into
money where your mouth
the
is.
sort of segregated version
show us,
of
babe.
Europe. We do not want to do that. So we'll see what happens in Texas. I don't think they're going to put up for it, and we will
I'm sure
see
we
for
won't hear
sure.
about this
Guys, let's
again
talk about G to
because
5 for a second, and we'll have a
it's not
RubenReport.locals.com community Q&A in just a sec. You guys know I'm all about logic and reason. Well, here's some logic.
Yes,
If your
Dave,
feet are
when
killing
I
you at
think
the end of the day, you need better
I think
shoes.
logic
That's why I
and
love
reason.
G Defy
Logic and
shoes by
reason.
Gravity Defier. Unlike trendy sneakers,
Is that why
these
you take Russian money? Are we done with this? I fucking hate this guy.
Well, let's see what's after the ad. See if he has more racist.
All right,
shit
community
to
Q&A.
say.
Here we go. Ola.
I don't give a fuck.
Oh yeah, I don't care about
It's
this.
just Q&A.
Your Q&A.
All right, so you see this? This is a drone. And when I say drone delivery, I think most people picture something like this, trying to deliver packages, which is just, that's ridiculous. That's way too much. But the thing is, I've been looking into drone delivery for the past little bit, and it is very, very different than that. And I also thought we were supposed to have drone delivery by now. So let's talk about it. All right, here's a crazy stat. 85% of all of Amazon's deliveries are under 5 pounds. 85%. And that's from Amazon's own numbers when talking about their own aerial delivery service that they've been pouring millions of dollars in development for years into. And then I saw videos of it, and it looks like this. This thing hovers down to like 15 feet off the ground, drops the package on the ground, and then the propellers kind of blow it away, and then it takes off again. This seems a little insane to me. I'm obviously not going to trust this with anything fragile. I would never order a GPU or a smartphone and watch it get dropped on the ground like that. It's also going to be loud. And that thing is huge, if you couldn't tell by the scale of the stuff in the videos. So they started testing in California and Texas, but I haven't really heard much from them otherwise on that. Apparently Alphabet also has a project called Wing, another drone delivery system. The website is very promising, but I punched in my own address and a bunch of others, and I can't seem to find any areas where they're actually doing this. So maybe if these huge companies aren't nailing it, then it's just not practical in general, and like it's not something we can expect anytime soon. But on the other hand, I feel like I can think of just a couple nice, neat little examples, these perfect little use cases where it makes a ton of sense. Like let's say you're a new parent at home and you just ran out of baby formula and you need more of it ASAP, but you can't really leave the house with the baby. Drone delivery. Or maybe I'm out somewhere at a remote place and I cut myself and I need first aid and a car can't get to me, but a helicopter is a little bit overkill. Drone delivery. Or even just for that DoorDash. Like surely we don't need a 4,000 pound private taxi for our burrito every single time, right? Drone delivery. So I'm digging into this, and it turns out there is one company that is huge in this space, far bigger than the other big companies I've been looking at, and they are by far the largest autonomous drone delivery fleet in the world at this point.
Some food.
They're called Zipline.
If
and
you want me to
what they've been
skip,
showing
just fucking
is
yell out or whatever.
just like I said, probably one of the coolest things I've ever seen. Very advanced. Now, Zipline has been doing autonomous drone deliveries since 2016, but it didn't start off this advanced. Their first generation product matured into this.
That wasn't an ad?
No,
Oh, is this the Rwandan company?
Line. And what they've been showing is way more advanced than anything from...
Yeah, this might be the Rwandan company, the internally designed and made Rwandan drone company. They yeet little medical drones and they drop medical packages to people in remote areas. It's fucking great. I hope that's what this is.
Google or
something
Amazon.
else.
So I had to go check it out for myself. They didn't sponsor this video or anything like that. Basically, they were just nice enough to pull back the curtain and let me ask a bunch of questions that I have about drone delivery, and now I have all the answers. All right, finally a nice weekend out in the middle of nowhere, just me and a frisbee, and I think I forgot my power bank. That's crazy. The one thing I need. Hold on a second. Let me just place an order.
Just drops it on his head.
And done. It says ETA 30 seconds. Okay, great. Yeah. That's perfect. Just 20 or so more seconds. Oh. Yeah, that tracks. Yep. Appreciate you. That's exactly what I needed. Let the vacation begin. Like I said, probably one of the coolest things I've ever seen. Very advanced. Now, Zipline has been doing autonomous drone deliveries since 2016, but it didn't start off this advanced. Their first generation product matured into this thing right here, known as Platform 1. Less of a drone, more of a fixed wing autonomous aircraft, but it was assembled on launch site with whatever cargo is going into it, launched from a giant slingshot.
I said I wasn't looking because I'm working on other stuff. I'm always working on things.
Yeah, it was a little parachute one. I think this is the Rwandan one. Hell yeah.
Launched from a giant slingshot, dropped to the delivery location by coming out of the bottom of the drone with a parachute, and then it would turn around and fly back home, where it was caught out of the air by a huge string on a hook at the tail of the craft. I got to watch them demo all of this. It is exactly as insane as it sounds. Like, the launch is crazy. It basically slingshots it from 0 to 60 miles an hour in a quarter of a second. And the catch is even more insane. If you watch it in slow motion, these arms holding onto the wire actually move at the last second to snag the drone out of the air with precision. And there's millions of other tiny, impressive pieces of tech that make this work. As complicated as this is what essentially became the first autonomous drone delivery system at scale. And it's had massive success delivering blood and other medical supplies to hospitals around Rwanda. So it's saved thousands and thousands of lives to this point, and actually continues to this day. There's a Real Engineering video from 6 years ago about this. There's also a Mark Rober video from 1 year ago. They both show this really well. I'll leave those videos linked below the like button. But they've iterated since then. And now their current generation, aka Platform 2, is just incredible. This is the most advanced drone delivery system we've ever seen. So it's made up of one drone with both articulating propellers and a fixed wing, and then a smaller sort of droid that ziplines out of the bottom of it to gently place the delivery on the ground with dinner plate precision, hence the name Zipline. So here's a closer look at the drone P2 in its docking station. So it's actually docked from the top, and this is where it takes off from and comes back. The bottom part here is where that Zipline drone comes out, but you can see the rest of the body is actually mainly styrofoam, and this wing here, carbon fiber, super rigid, super light, Weight is at an ultra premium. The battery's stored up in the front here, and this entire thing with the motors, the propellers, this articulating propeller to switch between forward flight and hover flight, 55 pounds, which is pretty ridiculous. So then this is the Zip. This is the little droid that gets lowered down from this point here to actually deliver the package. And there's still a ton of tech on this as well. First of all, this is how they load it up. All carbon fiber on the inside. The bottom is the two doors, which is the floor, but it also slides left to right to open, and it has these feet. But then it has the thrusters. So this is the big thruster on the back, which can move it forward and backward. But there's also some right here and right here, which can combine to turn it and change its orientation. So it's using all of that, plus the sensors at the bottom to see what's below it, to orient itself, to place it exactly where it needs to be, open the floor, drop it off, and then zip right up. And all it weighs like 5 pounds. It's crazy light. So here comes the drone. This is how it works. It's relatively quiet. It's gonna stay about 100 meters off the ground, about a football field, right? So then, once it's narrowed down exactly where it's going to lower the zip line, it knows exactly where it wants to drop it. So it's not like it'll accidentally end up on the roof or in the pool or some random place. Okay, now any second it should start dropping. There it goes. So it actually descends pretty quickly, which I guess shouldn't be surprising. It's gravity assisted. But now it's gonna drop down, and it's actually looking at the ground. So if something does get in the way, and if there's a dog there, or some random unexpected something, then it will sort of move around and adjust. But drops it off, floor opens, floor closes, and then it gets pulled back up like a fishing line, and there's the thing that I ordered. There is just an incredible amount of tech making this happen autonomously. GPS, computer vision, material science, and it's so cool that it all comes together and actually works. But I know if you're anything like me, you're watching this and it's cool and everything, but you still have a ton of questions in the back of your head, logically speaking, about how this can work. And don't worry, I had the same questions, so I asked them. And these are the answers. Okay, so probably the number one question, how loud is it? Because I don't want drone deliveries if it means I have to hear this loud buzzing sound all day. That would be terrible. And so the answer is actually really encouraging. So they have a whole team of people working on the acoustical engineering problem that is quiet drones. And they're messing with different propeller designs and algorithms to spin the propellers at different speeds during different stages of flight to minimize harmonics. Combine all that with the clever zipline method, which means the drone never actually gets below about 100 yards up, like a football field away from people when it starts dropping the little droid. And so the result is it's actually shockingly quiet, especially when compared to like a normal consumer drone like a DJI Mavic or something, which has this really piercing sound. So okay then, another question. How long does a drone delivery actually take? So let's just stick with the classic food delivery example, right? So first of all, the restaurant still has to make the food. That takes the same amount of time. Then they have to get it picked up by the drone. Now there's a theoretical future where restaurants and other small businesses can have this drop-off point that's essentially a hole in the wall that they just put the order in for the drone to pick it up from. It would have to be relatively inconspicuous, but even for companies that don't want to do all that, they've prototyped these standalone passive structures. So the idea is to make it easy for the restaurant to just walk outside and leave the package in the structure where the drone can pick it up with the zipline system. I actually saw a demo of this working as well, and it was technically pretty impressive. Once fulfillment happens, the average food app delivery is 3 to 5 miles, and so that's well within the 20-mile range of this thing, and they cruise at 70 miles an hour. So theoretically, there's a world where you order something online, and once it's packaged, you get your delivery in 3 to 5 minutes. So okay then, what if it's windy or raining? Can it still work? Turns out, yeah, absolutely it can. Not only are these things rock solid, but they're designed specifically to be able to fly in basically anything short of hurricane force winds. Like I said, they cruise at 70 miles an hour, so they have some power. And the whole thing is waterproof the same way a car is waterproof. Like it has to be able to withstand getting pelted by water at every angle. And I did witness a pretty windy delivery before we started rolling our cameras. It was also at night, but the thing dropped down our food successfully right in front of us, and it was fine. Really, the goal should just be to be able to do anything that a regular delivery truck could do, plus all the benefits of being cheaper, quieter, faster, fully electric, and working 24/7. So then the elephant in the room question is just basically, is it safe? Like, I think everyone's basically wondering, could one of these drones potentially fall out of the sky? Like, what if a propeller breaks or something? And so, as you can imagine, the people designing this system know this is a huge deal and they want to avoid any sort of liability issues. So they have engineered this system to be absolutely ridiculously bulletproof. There's redundancies through every critical system and all the wiring. So they told me you can literally cut a wire inside this thing and it'll still fly home. It can lose not one, but 2 propellers and still fly home. And the internal systems are performing 500 safety checks per second. And of course is doing autonomous obstacle avoidance and even talking to other zipline drones in the area to do these coordinated movements with each other. But then, okay, of course, if all else fails, there is a parachute system. So if it must fall out of the sky, it will at least fall slowly. The end result, or at least the current result, is they have flown 100 million miles so far with 0 safety incidents involving humans. It's 100 million miles? It's a pretty good start. Now, it's still early, and there's
chat be popping off.
Notoriously always a difference between testing and real life. But they have tested heavy crosswinds. They've tested obscured, weird landing spots changing.
Tesla.
Someone pulling on the zip line while it's delivering. All that stuff. In case you're wondering, it'll just cut the zip line free if it detects that to avoid crashing at all costs. Okay, so I've seen a lot here. The evolution from their first generation to the second generation vehicle, their massive testing facility with all these docks and dozens of drones launching and flying simultaneously, and their manufacturing facility too, the component testing, acoustic engineering. Big shout out to Zipline for pulling back the curtain on all the work they've been doing and how far they've come. It was cool to see this stuff. So now in my head, I'm trying to fast forward a few years and imagine a future where this is successful. Like, what does that world actually look like? And I think there's a path to this being real. I've spoken to doctors and hospitals in Rwanda who vouched very directly for countless lives saved by drones delivering blood for transfusions or anesthesia drugs for emergency surgeries. So that's a pretty obvious and convincing use case that this will continue to be useful. This won't replace Amazon deliveries for people who live in apartments or people who live super far from retail shops, but for certain specific deliveries, I think the benefit is undeniable. There's no human needed. It's dramatically cheaper. It's much faster. It's quiet. It's emissions free. And it works 24/7. It also turns out Rwanda was a pretty ideal first place to start testing. Small country, hilly, lots of thunderstorms, windy, and also
Muted.
With a government that's willing to work with them on a lot of regulation, because regulation, especially in the U.S.
I said Rwandan company, developed in-house. I wonder why it was started in Rwanda, why they tested in Rwanda.
Like, it's a lot of work. There's the different classes of airspace, all the different rules. So just in general, that's something you need like an entire department for. So ultimately, here's my take. Drone delivery. Super cool, very technically impressive. It's not going to be for everything, like trucks aren't going anywhere, but for very specific deliveries that are both small and time sensitive, drone delivery can actually make the most sense. Like, I'm picturing I fly to some tech event somewhere, I didn't rent a car, I've gotten there with my camera, but I forgot my memory card and I need it pretty quick. Drone delivery. Like, fly the thing to wherever I'm at, drop it off. I would love to live in a world where that is possible. Like, this very much feels like it unlocks a new dimension of travel for a few specific things. Some things that were impossible or impractical with a vehicle. And also some things where it literally means one less vehicle on the road. And it was cool to see a relatively small company innovating and competing with the big dogs on this. Now, I've seen these things fly high enough and fast enough that they're basically invisible in the sky before they come down to do the delivery. So I'm not worried as much about noise pollution, but I am a little bit about visual pollution, particularly in the night sky, like in the same way that like Starlink is incredibly useful for internet around the world, but is concerning for the view of the night sky. But that's a whole nother video for another day. But yeah, only time will tell if people are ready for this. Thanks for watching. Catch you guys.
I don't know if it's whether people are ready for it or more companies aren't moving to killing people's jobs yet. Might be more the thing. I don't know.
Intent with spending more than $250 million to elect Donald Trump. We look now at how the richest man in the world, senior advisor to President Trump, Elon Musk, is pouring money into an election in Wisconsin. Musk has spent more than $18 million to support the Republican Brad Schimmel over Democrat Susan Crawford and has been paying Wisconsin voters $100 each to help flip the Wisconsin Supreme Court. This would allow Republicans to keep gerrymandered districts in place and control Congress. If Democrats retake the House, they could investigate Musk, Doge, and his millions of in-government contracts. For more, we're joined by Ari Berman, voting rights correspondent for Mother Jones Magazine, author of Minority Rule, the right-wing attack on the will of the people and the fight to resist it. His recent pieces are headlined, Elon Musk revealed why he's spending millions to flip the Wisconsin Supreme Court, and the Wisconsin Supreme Court election is a referendum on Elon Musk. So much is happening with voting rights. Let's start in Wisconsin, then we'll move on from there. Ari, can you lay out what's at stake? Why Wisconsin...
Did you do tweets?
Mm-hmm. You want to retweet them? Go.
I will.
...is about the country, and then, of course, will affect the world.
Well, good morning, Amy. The Wisconsin Supreme Court is important in its own right because this election on April 1st will determine which party and side controls the ideological majority of the court. And that will decide things like the fate of Wisconsin's 1849 abortion ban, laws restricting labor rights, the legality of Wisconsin's congressional maps, which could decide control of Congress. But it's taken on much more significance because Elon Musk is now spending over $20 million to try to flip the Wisconsin Supreme Court, which is a record for any state judicial race in the history of the United States. And it really has become a test of whether Musk can buy Wisconsin like he bought the White House and can extend his plan for oligarchy to the states, or whether Democrats can fight back and strike a tangible blow against him, and whether there can be a reaction to all of the things that he's done in Washington that he's now trying to do to the states. And so it's an extremely important race in the state, in one of the most important swing states in the country, but it really has taken on a tremendous amount of national significance since Musk got so involved in this Wisconsin Supreme Court race.
And explain, what does paying $100 to voters mean? What's that about?
So Musk is paying voters $100 a pop to sign a petition.
Pretty sure that's
opposing,
illegal.
quote, activist judges. And I just saw that he has now given $1 million to a supposedly random winner of the petition signing, which is just a staggering amount of money. And he's going to keep doing that every 2 days until the election. And this is just a crazy scheme in a state Supreme Court race. Remember, Amy, this is about electing judges. These are people that are supposed to be impartial in terms of how they rule. And basically what Musk is doing is he's taking the playbook that he used, which was very controversial, very legally suspect, certainly ethically dubious in terms of getting Donald Trump back in the White House. And he's trying to use it in a state Supreme Court election in Wisconsin. And we've never seen this kind of thing in a judicial race before. We've never seen this kind of money in Wisconsin before, or any other state Supreme Court race. We've never seen these kind of tactics in a state Supreme Court race before. And so just the level of corruption at play here, the level of money at play here, really is a warning sign for what's happening to our democracy.
So you're a voting rights specialist journalist, and this comes amidst a slew of other election news. On Monday, the U.S. Supreme Court heard arguments against Louisiana's voting map that includes 2 majority black districts that could also help shape the balance of power in the House. And President Trump signed an executive order Tuesday to overhaul U.S. elections and stop the counting of votes after Election Day, including absentee ballots sent by mail. And on Wednesday, Utah's Republican Governor Spencer Cox signed law to end the state's popular universal vote-by-mail election system. If you could talk about all of that.
Yeah, so I think the most significant of those 3 so far is President Trump's sweeping and really unprecedented executive order, which would give the president the authority that he really doesn't have under the Constitution. The Constitution gives the states and Congress the power to set the rules for federal elections. Trump is trying to take that power for himself in a really crazy voter suppression scheme that would make it harder to vote in so many different ways. It would require proof of citizenship to register to vote, which could disenfranchise tens of millions of Americans who don't have ready access to those documents, like a U.S. passport or potentially birth certificates or naturalization
Look at my
papers.
signature.
It would hamper vote
Look,
by mail
everybody, I signed
by
the
saying
paper.
that if ballots are postmarked by Election Day, they won't count if they arrive after Election Day, which is currently the law in 18 states.
I have to sign
It would
the
put
paper?
Elon Musk
Okay.
in charge of searching
Look,
voter
everybody,
rolls
my
and searching
signature.
for suspected voter fraud, which could just lead to incredible abuse and further access of sensitive voter information. So really, the president is trying to do an illegal power grab.
This guy's a strange
that
looking
would
bloke.
provide voter suppression on steroids and take away so much power that is currently reserved for the states and for Congress and make it so much harder for people to vote at a time that we're entering a really crucial election cycle. That's on top of the fact that before the Louisiana Supreme Court, white voters are basically trying to dismantle a second majority black district in that state to try to turn the Voting Rights Act on its head, to take away representation for black voters. Republicans at the state level are continuing to make it harder to vote through things like chipping away at mail voting, like in places like Utah, where it's very popular and widely used. So there's a lot of disturbing things on the democracy front. And I think this all really fits together, which is that there's just this 5-alarm fire for democracy happening all over the country. And it's taking...
Did you know that Abbott basically struck down a bill and disenfranchised disabled voters? Pretty cool.
many forms. But one of the most
This is why I laugh at him, because a tree fell on him.
Forms it's taking is the attempt to try to restrict participation in elections and to try to put in place a form of oligarchy instead of a form of democracy. You see that in Wisconsin with Elon Musk trying to buy the Supreme Court race. You see it in Washington with Trump issuing executive orders that are clearly unconstitutional. You see it at the state level with how Republicans are ripping away voting rights. So I see a through line to all of these different anti-democratic tactics.
And of course, there's Trump's new executive order that would require proof of citizenship to register to vote. Ari Berman, I want to thank you so much for being with us, voting rights correspondent for Mother Jones Magazine.
Well, you sent me the whole PBS episode.
Oh, just because it was on my feed. But there's also the ginger guy. There's a video on the streaming fund that also broke me, like the Dave Rubin video.
From what I'm aware, Abbott voted down a bill, specifically in Texas, that would allow disabled people to get mail-in ballots, something along those lines, or early voting. I'm not 100% sure. I'm going off just what I've been told by somebody. I haven't looked into it. I'm trying to find videos to look into it. No, you do not. Permanent resident? is enough for most countries to vote. And I believe in America, you can also vote if you're a permanent resident. Because it's not about citizenship, it's about representation living in the country. And if you're a permanent resident, you need representation just like an American citizen. That's called a two-tiered society, my friend. Brother, that is a two-tiered society. You cannot distinguish between citizens and permanent residents on voting. You just can't.
But I want an apartheid two-tier state.
That. They're not stopping people from illegally voting.
We
they don't
literally
care.
have no illegal voting, idiot.
They do not care. They don't care about illegal voting. They
I'm
don't
told
care.
illegal voting happens,
It is
even though it's
it is
provenly
literally
doesn't.
voter disenfranchisement. This is all this is. This is them
There is
trying
no
to
illegal
disenfranchise voters so they can consolidate power. That's it. That's it. No, illegal voting doesn't happen because the systems are already in place to stop it. If
Just
it
like
does
how-
happen, the
just
people
like
get
how all
fined
this
and
Doge
jailed.
stuff surprisingly isn't stopping any fraud.
Okay, no,
Because there's
breaking the
already
law
fucking
is not
internals.
wrong, but the legal systems around voting are very particular, and you don't know what they are. Exactly. Like the whole breaking the law thing, get over it. Like the laws are made by people who don't fucking follow them anyway. The entire system of your country is breaking the fuck down. And you're sitting here watching them want to disenfranchise more voters to consolidate their power to further destroy your country. And you're like, no, that's good. That's cool. This is old. Hold on. This month? Let me look it up.
And industrial designer Jacques Fresco once told me that in the future, countries that focus most of their attention on finance capital are going to fall behind those that are putting their energy into the advancements of science and technology. This is now clearly the case when we compare the United States and England to a country like China, with the release of their DeepSeek model, which is reported to be a fraction of the cost of Silicon Valley's
Okay,
OpenAI.
it wasn't
and Chat-
recent that Abbott did this. This was in 2023. Greg Abbott vetoed a bipartisan bill that would have expanded vote by mail access for people with disabilities, specifically people who are blind and or paralyzed and need assistance marking their ballots. Advocates say Abbott's veto of the House bill is a blow to voters with disabilities who have been called for years for the legislature to grant them a way to mark their mail-in ballots without having to rely on anybody else. This is literal voter disenfranchisement directed at specifically disabled people. Like what like this is just an example, right? So you really think that this isn't anything along those same lines? You don't think that this is the same thing? You don't think these people trying to consolidate their power are wanting to make sure that these majority black districts have their voting power disassembled? I don't know, man. You should look a bit closer.
GPT, China's collaborative and open source system is set to take over and lead the world of technology. China's rise, along with the BRICS nations, marks the decline of the West, and many assume that the Chinese Communist Party of the People's Republic of China is the long-awaited solution
BRICS
to
nation.
capitalism and its many failures. But is that true? Can China be a model of sustainability in the world? Are they actually a communist nation? And when the time comes, can China actually transition towards a moneyless and classless society? So China has a different kind of like capitalist model. It's called a state-driven capitalist system, as opposed to the United States, which is basically a free market system where, you know, it's a free market. The capitalist model in America is a neoliberal model where everything is up for sale. So it means that people can compete with one another in this open marketplace. And because of the fact that it's a free market, it's actually like a complete contradiction because those who have the money are going to be able to pretty much like buy out their competition.
At least
right? And so
he's not so much saying it's not a free market, but he is pointing out the contradiction at least.
And it's not like China doesn't have the same shit. It's like they have plenty of billionaires there too. Plenty of landlords and all that shit. Oh, there's a house ownership. Show me the houses. Where are they? Still being built?
A monopoly is a natural gravitation of the system, where all the corporations are pretty much going to merge into one corporation, as we're seeing in America. The wealth and powers becoming consolidated in the hands of fewer and fewer people.
True.
Whereas in China, is a state-driven capital system where the government, the Chinese Communist Party, right, the government, Xi Jinping being their leader, they pretty much dictate what happens. They regulate the corporations and kind of keep them in control a little bit. I would call it, I guess, a little more of an ethical model.
Oh
and they're focused on development, right, infrastructure development.
Have you been there?
China and their supply chains are known to have a shit ton of slavery. Ethical capitalism. Okay. Ethical capitalism is poisoning all of your fucking drinking water. Yep. Ethical capitalism. Ethical capitalism is redirecting floodwaters to villages because the Chinese Communist Party in Beijing is more important than you. Ethical capitalism.
Technology and science, whereas the West is very much hyper-obsessed still with finance capital. So I see the West declining.
When I go to vote, I just say my name. They mark off my name. And that's it.
Over time, and I see the East rising. Now, the Chinese model is pretty good. It's pretty good. They really have a good hold on things.
Also, there are like designated spots that have your name. You can't go to other places.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
it's
that's why
obvious.
These conspiracies have to rely on like ballot stuffing that's going on for the deep state to convince you that the illegal voting is happening.
Yeah, exactly. If you aren't in the electorate that you vote in, you have to tell them ahead of time so you can vote in the correct electorate. Kind of. It's they're called I forget because I literally don't give a fuck about Australian politics. Hold on. Divisions is what they're called. Divisions. But they divide the state that way, and that's how we get our parliament. I think. State and federal. Federal is different as well. So state and federal are different districts. And you're talking about citizenship. You're literally moving the goalpost, my dude. We're not talking about identification now. We were talking about citizenship.
You literally don't need ID. They fucking think about this. You're gonna need to know the address of the person as well. Right?
Yeah.
It's like to vote in America, you need to know their exact address that's on their ID. Because you need the ID to register.
Yeah. Again, we were talking about citizenship.
America doesn't give out their IDs as citizenship cards. It's attached to a driver's license, which is why they do it the way they do it. It's almost like smart people, not you, figured it out. And some states do require ID. And if you want your state to fucking have ID, then vote for it. Why are you here crying? Go vote for voter ID in your state if that's what you want.
Exactly.
Nobody gives a fuck.
Like, and then on top of that, make it so everybody can get an identification card for free from the government. We have one. It's called a proof of age card. Boom. Hey, $5. Get a proof of age
card. Taxpayer
card.
money it will take to make sure everyone gets those cards, Jack?
I don't give a shit.
These voter ID people
Look,
are literally like...
No, like I'm literally like you aren't listening to me. You are moving the goalposts. We were talking about Trump requiring citizenship to vote. Citizenship is not a requirement to vote. Only permanent residency. Right? And then you move the goalposts to talk about identification and voting. If we want to talk about voter ID, that's a different conversation. What we were talking about is citizenship versus permanent resident. All Trump is trying to do here is make sure that people who have moved to America and live and pay taxes and work in America don't get their right to have their say. That's all that's happening. Like, that's literally all that is happening. The...
Fox News told me the illegals are going to New York to vote.
Hold on. One second. Voting U.S. local, federal levels. If you want to vote in all U.S. elections, you'll need to be a U.S. citizen. Interesting. Be 18 years old, register to vote, meet the residency requirements of your state. I don't know what that means. Interesting. I was incorrect. I thought permanent legal residents could vote. Maybe it's
No.
only voting. Maybe they can only vote in local, not federal. Local and state elections. Maybe that's what it is.
No, you need more than a... I think green card can vote, but just a resident of the U.S. Doesn't necessarily.
Okay.
But it varies. But yeah, I think if you have a green card, you can, but I'm not sure. I think you need to be a full citizen, though.
Okay. It could, yeah, no, it could be that. It could be that I was incorrect about the federal voting. I'm pretty sure you state and local, you literally can't, like, if you're a local resident, there's no way that you wouldn't be able to vote in what happens in the local area, right?
Pretty sure you need to.
Okay.
As long as you're, like it says, when it says that you need to meet your state's resident status, it depends on the state.
Yeah. Okay, so who can vote? U.S. citizen, citizens living outside, citizens born abroad, never lived in the U.S., dual citizens, meet residency requirements, 18 years old, registered to vote. It also says some areas allow non-citizens to vote in local elections only. And that might be what I was talking about. Okay. Who cannot vote? Non-citizens, permanent legal residents cannot vote in most... Okay. Some people cannot vote. Felony, that should be revoked. Mental disability may not be able to vote. Boy, America is a cool country.
Well, depending on how disabled they are, it might just be somebody manipulating them to get the vote, you know?
That's true.
Their caregiver is like, we're voting for Biden because we love him.
That is true. That is true. Okay. But that's still okay. So that's again, that's a different discussion to voter ID. Voter ID, I don't really give a shit about. America doesn't issue the ID, so it shouldn't exist. Because if there's not widespread access to identification, why should voter ID be used?
All this debate on ID revolves around this idea that there's voter fraud, which doesn't exist.
Yeah. Like you inherently have to start with an unreality.
Why would you fucking fraudulently vote in something? That's just like extra stupid.
Yeah, like people that get caught for that get fucked. It's not worth it.
Also, the individual vote doesn't do anything.
No, it's ultimately silly. But like you,
even if you're able to do like 1,000, you probably wouldn't swing something.
No, maybe in swing states, maybe at a local level, but nowhere federally would you impact shit. But yeah, like the voter ID thing, I don't really care about. If America wants voter ID, vote, like John said, vote for it. Make your local area give out IDs. Implement voter ID.
Discriminate against black people and shit.
Yeah, well, you can just do that, which is what they really want to do.
If you want to fucking have discriminatory policies, then go vote for them.
Yeah, but like this is the thing though, right? A what if is not reason enough to make an action, right? You should be able to rely on the processes in your society to be able to protect us from the people who would want to do them harm, whether that's through voter harm or it's direct harm, right? It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. This is a well, it could happen, so we should ban it kind of thing.
That's flawed. The Sharia law ban.
Yeah, like it's flawed conservative thinking. Like it's just a flawed, way to see the world. Is to be like, oh well, it could happen. We need to make everything as safe as possible. It's literally how the Australian government works. It's called a nanny state for a reason.
And here's where I'm gonna like disagree with people.
And based on how Americans talk, I don't think they'd like a nanny state.
Who say China is like the future, is nothing but positivity. I think that it has a lot of problems. So China is still a capitalist system. China, like all the other capitalist systems, the other capitalist countries.
This is a good start for him. Accepting and seeing China as a capitalist country is a good start. Calling them the future of capitalism is a bad start.
Still pursues growth.
I
can see where the argument comes in.
As long as we're not doing like a fucking apologia type thing, like, I mean, you look at like Temu and stuff, like that clearly is what people want, is terrible products for cheap price.
But I don't think it is, though. That's the thing. It's just something there, and it's
yeah, but that's
consumerism.
That's how the so-called free market works, though.
Right, but it's just consumerism, which is half the problem. And China just feeds into this consumerism rather than being something that people want. They come in after the fact and undercut and manipulate and spend hundreds of millions, I'd imagine, on fucking advertising campaigns. Because I get non-stop Temu ads. They must be spending so much money on advertising. I genuinely, nobody wants this. Nobody asked for this. Nobody wants this. And if it went away tomorrow, nobody would give a fuck. Like, it's just something there to create waste. It is the epitome of wasteful capitalism. Temu is dog shit. They are literally buying it because they've been convinced by advertising and consumerism that they need this cheap dog shit, just trash that is going to break next week, or they won't even use it. On top of that, Temu does not distinguish Xinjiang cotton from other cottons. You are getting slave products if you buy from Temu. Do not buy from fucking Temu. They buy it because they're idiots. That's mostly why. Or, you know, shit's expensive. People buy cheap stuff because stuff's expensive, right? There are two ends. Like, it's really that simple. Like, there are two ends to the two ends burning, wick burning at both ends. So it's like, people don't need clothes, though. They just don't. You ever been to a no. I know that they think they do. They do not. They never have. And honestly, we probably don't need clothes for 100 years. Realistically. Like, you could recycle and secondhand, thrift shop, all that shit. You can do that, and you could probably clothe everybody pretty comfortably. You know, a lot of these thrift shops send their clothes to Africa in piles and piles of clothes, because they can't sell them, because if people would rather go out and buy brand new shit. Because capitalism.
You can't deny this. Every capitalist model throughout history needs economic growth. Why do we need growth? We need growth so that more jobs are created and more consumption ramps up. When you have an ever-increasing rate of consumption, production, and job creation, that's what keeps a constantly growing economy sustainable.
Line go up.
Right? Sustainable growth. However, constant growth on a finite planet like planet Earth doesn't work. It's unsustainable. And so China having a growth model is still a problem. China is still very competitive. China has, built-in competition in their society. Even though they have open source, a lot of the corporations and people are competing with each other still. Competition limits innovation still. Competition limits societal progression. They still have hierarchy. They still have societal social stratification. China, they have the highest number of billionaires in the world.
Yes. 100% yes. China benefits from third world, developing nation status. They have a space station. And they're a developing nation, apparently. So, because they're a developing nation, they can basically ship out containers of this dog shit product. Just containers and containers and containers of this cheaply made, slave-driven dog shit products, dumping them on shores, and now all these shops are opening up, these super cheap China shops that have all Temu shit inside them that you can buy directly from them. So now it's not even individuals buying from Temu, but massive shops buying directly from them, likely for even less, to then sell in markets in country. It's what they're doing with the EVs. So yes, the developing nation needs to be removed from China because they've alleviated all their poverty, right? They don't have any poverty anymore, so they don't need all these benefits and things from the developing nation status. So take it away. Get rid of it. So, and then on top of that, then they'd have to pay for shipping, which makes all this Temu garbage more expensive. And then people don't buy it. And then people start buying stuff made with quality and actual consideration of human life. And then prices will normalize. Like, it's it's so damaging. And it's all because they manipulate the systems that have been put in place to help countries globally. Why, I don't understand why we sit here and act like China is some good guy when it's literally just an empire of old.
So these are all things that are contradictions to this statement, that this idea that like China is a purely communist society, or they're trying to get to a communist society. I don't think that's going to be.
And on top of that, the cheap export shit is also how they get the fentanyl products to Mexico so cheaply, which is why fentanyl can be cut into shit so cheaply. You think they're not manipulating it for that as well? I have no evidence for that. I'm just putting two and two together. I would have to find a connection there, but I imagine that there's some kind of shit going on there as well.
Be the case. I think that when their AI...
That's just it. I don't think they do. I don't think that they're actually aware of how bad China is. Like, how detrimental their attitudes will be to the global... everything. Like, it's literal ethno-supremacy. It's fucking crazy shit.
It really goes into hyperdrive and it starts automating a lot of labor. They're not going to make the jump to a resource-based economy. They're not going to jump to a society beyond capitalism. I think the billionaire class and you know, the power structure over there are still going to maintain a growth system, a competitive model, which again, you know, cooperation is way better than competition. And steady state economics, which is maintaining a dynamic equilibrium with our natural habitats, is much more superior to a growth-based economic system.
Well, that's funny, because everything you just said is exactly what China isn't. Like, China is one of the most, like, environmentally destructive nations on Earth. They're being like, hey, look, we're greening the desert, destroying our biomes. Like, great, I'm glad you thought about this before doing this. Good job. I hope you guys plant all these trees so they suck the rest of the water out of the area around them.
So, yeah, you know, like I said, China's doing a lot of good things, but, you know, I'm Iranian. And I have a little...
And what's going to be even better is after they green these deserts, when they pave concrete over it.
Inside information that the Southern Sea, the Persian Gulf of Iran, they experienced like an issue a few years ago where like the government made a contract with like these massive Chinese fishing ships. These ships came in there to trawl the bottom of the Persian Gulf, the Southern Sea.
How'd that go?
We've had a beautiful ecosystem that's been there for billions of years.
It's fucked now, right?
You know, this trawling company comes in there destroying the you know, if you guys don't know what trawling is, it's absolutely destructive to ecosystem.
Have you seen the gigantic fishing fleets that you can see from space? Have you seen this shit? It's fucking crazy. Look at that shit. Those white dots, that's the Galapagos Islands. Those white dots, those are Chinese fishing boats. They turn their transponders off and go and fish the Galapagos. This isn't the only place that they do this. I think Venezuela had to basically run military ops. To fight off the Chinese fishing fleets. Like, this is all a part of their Coast Guard, I'm pretty sure. That's an old one. There we go.
This fleet of about 550 fishing boats can be seen from space. And the area where they're operating, at the edge of Argentinian waters, is notorious for illegal and unregulated fishing.
Not Venezuela.
CNN analyzed video released by the Argentinian military using open source data, and we found that over 80% of fishing vessels in this area were sailing under the Chinese flag. The fleet operates at the edge of international waters, shining bright lights to attract squid. But Argentina's government says vessels frequently turn off their location beacons to fish illegally.
La flota argentina que opera dentro de la zona económica exclusiva son entre 70 y 75 barcos.
Sócrates says this imbalance puts Argentinian fishermen at a huge disadvantage.
Con un montón de simplificaciones en el análisis de que se podría pescar el doble de lo que se está pescando.
Now, Argentina's military says it's cracking down on illicit fishing in this area.
El futuro de nuestro país, entre otras cosas, está depositado en nuestros recursos naturales y nosotros tenemos el deber de custodiarlo.
Did you see where that base was I was talking about?
Yes, I did.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah, it's cool. But yeah, so there's a Chinese fishing fleets that keep raping the oceans. So that's pretty cool.
Just wait till they start getting them nodules.
Yeah, that'll be great. I'm sure they'll care a lot about the sediment clouds.
Peter Thiel's company still polluted.
Not sure.
I can only imagine how bad it will be.
Yeah, there's an Australian company doing it at the moment called Metals Company or some shit like that. People should sabotage their equipment a lot.
That's terrorism, Jack.
I don't give a shit. I literally don't care. Like, these people are disregarding ecosystems that we have no fucking clue about because of money. Fuck these people. Fuck these people and their equipment. Make it expensive for them. We know. I don't know how, after watching us for so long and having all of this stuff shown to you, you can still be like, I like China. Like, China's a cool country. If you're talking about China as the country, sure. But I find a lot of people don't make that distinction.
Pretty much digging up the bottom of the sea. And they were going to gut that ecosystem completely dry, and it was only stopped by local fishermen. Local fishermen literally got in the way of these fishing ships, and revolted until they had to turn them back.
Yeah, you should sink them. If there are Chinese fishing ships in your water, sink them. It should be a universal warning to all fishing boats, Chinese fishing boats. If you are illegally fishing in foreign waters, you get sunk. No warning.
But that's right there is, what does that show? That shows that the Chinese model, even though it's a lot better than the American capitalist model, is still a capitalist model. It's still a growth-based model. Growth always looks the other way when it comes to environmental exploitation. Okay? Growth, like Edward Abbey said, infinite growth on a finite system is the ideology of the cancer cell. So, again, I'm not really buying into all the hype.
That's a good line. Infinite growth in a finite system is a cancer cell. That's fucking great.
Regarding China, I'm very impressed with what they're doing. It literally is, though. They're doing incredible.
I know. That's such a good analogy for it. It's such a good analogy for it. That's not relevant to anything. I'm not talking about Chinese people. I'm talking about the Chinese government.
Incredible things, especially with the BRICS nations. They're developing the global south. They're helping the global south wean itself off of dependency on the West. So these are all good things. However, I personally don't think they're going to switch over to a non-monetary system. I don't think they're going to get to a moneyless, classless society. I think that it's going to come down to like external forces like activism, grassroots movements within China, or whatever other countries.
This guy's very interesting.
It's going to come down to grassroots initiatives.
He actually knows what
out-system
communism
thinking.
is.
I know this
activism.
guy's very interesting. Like I'm very interested because his channel is called World Beyond Communism, of Capitalism. Sorry, and he only has 11,000 subscribers. Very small channel. He had Anarch on.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Maybe we can pull him on then.
See? This one. So interesting.
Huh. Oh, he's pretty small.
Yeah. 11,000.
Yeah, we should definitely... You should message Anarch.
Yes. Well, I'll send this video to you.
I'm busy.
And can watch it later, and see what it's like. See what he thinks, because he seems very interesting. It would be a very interesting discussion to talk, because he's Iranian as well. To talk about Iran would be very interesting. Because we haven't done an interview about Iran for a minute. Capitalism and Addiction. What an interesting channel.
Are not going to believe this, all right? They just released the first fully AI-generated video game. And today, I have to play through it. This is a major breakthrough in technology.
I hope it plays like
the
absolute
Switch 2
shit.
is right around the corner. We're on the verge of a whole new generation of gaming. The future is here, old man, and it's looking bright. You're about to enter a first-of-its-kind video model trained by millions of hours. Every step you take will shape the environment around you in real time.
AI Minecraft.
Wow. Oasis is not endorsed or authorized by Microsoft or Mojang. Oasis is a technology demonstration only.
He's running the Mass Effect music in the background.
Not a video game or entertainment experience.
Because I was like, what the fuck? I was like, what? Why do I know this sound? I'm like, what is this?
So thrilled. Begin my
It's been my whole life for 3 months.
journey. Wow, we're playing an AI-generated game, guys. Holy fuck, it runs like dog shit. Oh my god. Holy
What is this?
What? Yeah.
It's AI Minecraft.
Yep. That thing I just
don't care
placed
about this.
disappeared.
I'm talking
Oh
about the
yeah,
video.
that's what I placed.
Huh?
I'm talking about the video. Who's the video?
It says, The Act Man? I don't know who that is. It says AI is going to ruin video games.
What the fuck is happening? What the fuck? This is like an NES game just fucking glitching.
It's a 30-minute video, and I'm still waiting for you to fucking put on that fucking ginger that I sent you. Or it's in
You
the
didn't send me
fucking
any
streaming
ginger
fun.
video. What do you mean?
It's I said it's in streaming fun!
The Greenland one?
Yes.
Putin has decided to come out and give his opinion on the situation with the United States and Greenland. JD Vance visiting Greenland as we speak. They're about 5 hours ahead of us, at least here on the East Coast,
Do you know
maybe
anything about
4
this
hours.
Greenland
So
visit?
at this point, he's obviously in Greenland visiting military bases. There's probably
I know, it got
closed door
canceled.
meetings. There's people telling me,
No, so hang
nobody
on.
wants to meet with
There's
Vance.
a lot of context behind how stupid
unfortunately,
this guy is. Okay, so Usha Vance. Hang on, I gotta find. What's her? Usha Vance. Green. She put out a video that was literally like. Like, are you okay? Blink twice if you need help.
Great.
But she's like, yes. Check this.
Next week.
weekend. Hello. I'm so excited to share that I'll be visiting Greenland. I'm so excited to share that I'll be visiting Greenland next weekend. I'm particularly thrilled to visit during your National Dog Sled Race, which our country is proud to support as a sponsor.
Why is it playing
I've been
twice?
reading all about it with my children, and
What
I'm
is
amazed by
happening?
the incredible skill and teamwork that it takes to participate in this race. I'm also
Stop.
coming to celebrate the long history.
Stop! The fuck? Yeah, I want to play the short twice, YouTube. Fuck me, bro. Now it's gone.
YouTube's working.
Greenland is not happy about a planned visit to the island by U.S. Second Lady Usha Vance. The message online.
Coming to celebrate the long history of mutual respect and cooperation.
It sounds
Why
like
would
it's
they
AI.
do this?
Hello. I'm so excited to share that I'll be visiting Greenland next weekend. I'm particularly thrilled to visit during your National Dog Sled Race, which our country is proud to support as a sponsor. I've been reading all about it with my children, and I'm amazed by the incredible skill and teamwork that it takes to participate in this race. I'm also coming to celebrate the long history of mutual respect and cooperation between our nations,
Does she
and to
sound
express
like
hope
this?
that our relationship will only grow stronger in the coming years. I look forward to meeting many of you soon, and to learning from you about your beautiful land, culture, and traditions. See you soon. Hello.
Okay. So that
It
would
literally
be her
sounds
like
AI.
it's her first official like state business as like the second lady is to do
Yeah.
this Greenland thing. And she was gonna go to this dog sled race, and then JD Vance releases a video and he's like, because there's so much excitement, I decided I'm also going. And now they've scaled it back where they won't even leave the military base that they're visiting.
That's awesome.
Because the people of Greenland, they literally went door to door asking people, hey, what do you think about this plan to annex Greenland? And they couldn't find a single person. They spent federal money to put people in Greenland to door knock, to ask, to find one person
Just one.
who would be pro-Trump.
And they wouldn't.
Annexing Greenland, and they couldn't find anyone. And
Amazing.
people are so pissed about her coming and doing this fucking imperialism shit that they basically scaled it back to where they're only going to be at the military base. And JD Vance is still coming as well for some reason.
Amazing.
So, with that context, you'll understand how even dumber. And I really think the ginger guy is the dumbest guy we found.
Really?
I really think he's dumber than anyone we found. I think he's dumber than Dave Rubin.
That's impressive.
Just wait. Watch this video.
Greenlanders, the people there, have been pumped with some pretty negative American and negative Trump propaganda, and it's unfortunate. We're going to have to turn that a little bit, and we've discussed how this process will play out with an offer to Greenland and maybe just an offer to Denmark in the first place if Denmark is really desperate to get something for Greenland, considering Greenland wants to be independent of Denmark. We might just have to deal with Denmark instead of the people of Greenland and then do a separate deal with Greenlanders once we are able to
This guy is so obsessed
take over the
with,
territory
like,
from Denmark if it ends up
annexing
working
shit
out
and,
like
like-
that. The problem is there's a rift right now between Trump and the EU in a pretty big way. You've got Vladimir Putin, though, talking about Trump's plan to seize Greenland and saying it's for real. Putin is admitting it's probably going to happen. Trump said a few weeks ago, he said, yeah, this is something that's going to happen. We have to take it. It's very important for the future of the country, and it's very important for security within North America, because Trump and me and many other experts, we've claimed that
Me and
Greenland
many
really
other
is in the
experts,
footprint of North
he
America.
says.
If you look at it, it's right to the east of Nunavut, which is...
Me and many other experts.
And a few weeks ago, he said, yeah, this is
Yeah,
something
yeah,
that's
I
going to
laughed
happen.
at
We
that
have to
as
take
well.
it. It's very important for the future of the country, and it's very important for security within North America, because Trump and me and many other experts, we've claimed that Greenland really is in the footprint of North America. If you look at it, it's right to the east of Nunavut, which is a territory in
Okay.
Canada. And so
So what?
very close to Canada,
Does
and
bro
so we
not
view
realize
that as part of North America.
What about Guam?
And Putin has talked about
Guam
how the United States is
our
pursuing
territory, because that's certainly not in North America.
No, I guess you have to give up Guam now.
You know, what about is it French Guyana or French Guinea down there? That's literally France. In South America there. It's literally France.
I'm not sure about that one.
It's one or the other.
Okay.
Guyana or Guinea. I think it's French Guinea.
On the west side of Africa?
No, South America.
Oh.
It's next to Venezuela and shit. It's up in that corner.
I was thinking Africa.
It's
'cause
literally
there's that
France, though.
Isn't French Guinea-Bissau French Guinea?
I'm not sure, but that territory in South America is literally France.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Like, I think you can even get asylum there for France. Kind of like the Canary Islands in Africa. This idea that Greenland is closer to North America than Europe and therefore we deserve it is literally retarded.
It's a pretty accurate word for it.
Like, yes, Greenland is North America. Your point?
I mean, that's exactly it, isn't it? What is their point?
I don't know. This dude is just so obsessed with these annexation movements. Not autonomous movements, though, for some reason.
Yeah.
And, you know, this whole thing with Greenland, you know what? Because the U.S. literally already owns Greenland.
Yeah.
It may not be on paper, but our military base is there. We control everything. And you know what? Not only that, Denmark subsidizes the people so we don't have to.
That's funny.
Why are we rocking the boat here?
Yeah, exactly.
It would cost us money. We would have to subsidize those people. But instead, if we wanted even more control over them, then we should use our fucking, you know, color revolution powers to push their independence movement. If Trump started backing Greenland independence and talked about how America will be a partner and talking about, think about this, a greater North America vision. And not even just America first, but he's saying Greenland is North America. They deserve to be independent. You know, we kicked these fucking Europeans out of this country when they tried to, because they wanted to bring tyranny when we wanted freedom. All that romantic nationalism shit, right?
It's a good angle.
And talk about how he's going to fucking bring a new country into North America. And talk about and use our romantic nationalism on how our revolution works, and use all that rhetoric towards Greenland, and he would have an independence movement happening by the end of the year.
Yeah, honestly, I think...
And I mean, completed independence by the end of the year. He would have it, and it would give him complete control, because at the end of the day, what you would be doing was be creating a de facto client and puppet state, which they already fucking are for the United States, and Denmark subsidizes it. These people are so dumb.
They are Trump voters.
We know Russia has had some serious interest in the waters of the Arctic surrounding Greenland. They control a lot of the Arctic based on where Russia is located. Russia also has a pretty significant footing in Svalbard, Norway, which is a place that there's been questions about, will it be annexed or not? Right now it's kind of disputed, but you can see Putin is saying that the United States does have, well, he doesn't say it here, but he says in other clips, the United States does have...
Is capitalism based, though? No. There is not one single aspect of capitalism that is quote-unquote based. Not one.
A historical claim to Greenland, and that is true. The United States controlled Greenland in the 1940s when Denmark was under control of Nazi Germany, and so the United States saved Greenland. That's why we have a military base on Greenland. That's where Vance is going, and so this is a historical claim by Trump in the United States. But honestly, the idea that it's a historical claim is really irrelevant. this is a situation to where there's 57,000 people that can't secure their own island, and it's located within the footprint geographically to the United States to where we want to secure it, and we want to make sure it's safe, and we want a footing within Greenland, and we also want access to their rare earth minerals, which right now China has a significant advantage, at least when it comes to the amount of rare earths they have. And so it's very important that the United States starts observing the amount of rare earths you can see through soil samples and other things along the coastlines. That's not even talking about the interior of Greenland, which right now is covered in glacier ice, which will probably remain there for a while, but it's still important, and still we understand the potential of Greenland is much greater than just $5 or $10 trillion, which is what they estimate the resources on the coastline to be. And Putin is coming out and saying, yes, the United States does have a territorial claim. The question is Putin doing this to appease Trump? Does he understand that the United States... I mean, Putin has to realize if there was any type of Russian interference in Greenland in terms of them trying to buy it, or Chinese interference, obviously the United States is not going to allow that, but the EU is also not going to allow that. So, and remember, Trump, he's fear-mongered the whole idea of Russia and China having involvement in Greenland, and that is true to a degree. Some of it is built up a little bit to try and convince people, because there has to be technically a reason you do these things, like an annexation of Greenland, and you kind of have to use the excuse, well, it's because of these foreign adversaries who are taking control. And the same thing with the Panama Canal, which was an amazing thing, and now I'm hearing things about the Panama Canal to where
if I were Vladimir Putin, I would goad him on too.
Yeah, because if Trump does this shit with Greenland, it only legitimizes Putin's annexation.
Yep.
That's another
and it
thing.
Also...
You literally can't annex countries.
Mm-hmm. And then it
It doesn't matter if they vote on it or not. You literally cannot. It doesn't work. It's fucking in the UN policy. That's why borders have remained the same since World War II.
Yeah, and it also...
Not all borders. You know, South Sudan exists.
It also helps Putin... It helps. It helps weaken America's standing as well, because nobody is going to look at America annexing Greenland and be like, "Good job, guys. Well done. You did real good." You know what I mean? So it's a two-pronged thing where it's like, not only does it legitimize Putin in Ukraine, but it also weakens America's standing defending Ukraine. Like, it's such a shit move. It's such a bad idea. And that, again, going back to what you were saying, funding an independence movement would be a much better way to do so.
Not even
the Chinese Communist Party is not allowing Hong Kong.
What?
Just back it with rhetoric.
Yeah, exactly.
To sell those two ports to BlackRock for $23 billion. They're blocking the sale. So we'll have to see what happens there, because Trump has also said there might be aggression in the canal zone to make sure it's secure. Trump's already got a major win there by forcing the Chinese out, and the diplomatic relationship between China and Panama is done. It's been severed. Marco Rubio visited. But this is a different story here with Greenland. The point of it is, and you can see Vance in his visit, Vance tours U.S. base in Greenland as Trump talks about taking over the territory. Vance lands in Greenland, a place that doesn't want him. So see, this is just the false narrative, and this is what you have to deal with these people. This is New York Times. Vance lands in Greenland, a place that doesn't... See, this is why these people were trying to be nice to Greenland and the people there, and they won't tell you they're getting pumped with negative Trump propaganda because they're a proxy to the EU because of Denmark.
Look at what
and so
you
you've
made
got the
up
New York
to.
Times.
Yeah.
Oh, no, but
Bro said the reason why Greenland is... He's saying, one, Greenland isn't anti-Trump, and two, Greenland is anti-Trump, but it's because of EU propaganda.
Peak stupid. Peak stupid. What an actual midwit.
I told you, bro.
We are truly witnessing a midwit. Somebody who is smart enough to comprehend, but not smart enough to understand. A true midwit.
I don't know if he comprehends. To be honest.
No, like he understands the basics of it. Like, America annexed Greenland. It benefit America, but considers nothing else on a wider scale.
We know between Greenland officials and Vance, and they're talking, and this is the first step. Why do you think Don Jr. went to Greenland back in January? Why do you think it's now Vance? Why do you think Trump's going to end up going to Greenland to seal the deal in a few months? That's a projection. No, it's not really a prediction, but I'm just saying it illustrates they're elevating the pressure on Greenland because at some point something's going to have to move here. And whether or not the people, this is what I keep hearing, the people don't want to be acquired. It's 57,000 people. And this is something that will help them significantly in terms of, I mean, you take a look at when Alaska became a state in the United States, they got a cut of mineral extraction. That's what's going to happen with the people of Greenland. They're going to get a cut of it. Their quality of life right now is very bad. Their infrastructure is a mess. They cannot support themselves.
So
they have to get help from Denmark to help support them. And so that's why it might be
against the fucking
that this might be a better scenario. But the problem is none of these EU countries like Trump, so they're impossible to deal with. But you would think if you're Denmark and you still technically have territorial control of Greenland, but Greenland is having these elections to where they say the parties that are winning want to be independent. And they said it's going to take a process. It's going to take time to do it. If they want to have an independent government, government and economic system that's independent of Denmark, that's going to take time to be able to put into place because they're taking money from Denmark. So the question becomes, if you're Denmark, let's try and get something for this territory before we lose it for nothing. Now, in terms of the situation where Greenland wants to be independent, can Denmark still sell them? I think they can. And so if you're Denmark, you would be like, all right, listen, we're going to lose them for nothing. If we can get $20 billion in a cash sale to the United States, that would be good. That would give us money. And we could get something for, and it's not like the United States is China or Russia to where there's this big bad superpower. Although, actually, we know with the EU and really around the world, yes, people do think we are a big bad superpower. But I mean, we've had cordial relations. We're in NATO together. I mean, that might be ending. But I'm just saying, like, obviously it would be different if it was China or Russia. We know that. That's an East versus West thing. But if you're Denmark, you would say, let's just get something for them. But these European countries, it is a religion to hate Trump. So anything that's deemed as like helping him and expanding the U.S. empire and stuff.
That it's just Trump derangement.
But it's like if you're Denmark, wouldn't it make sense if if they're holding elections and the parties that are winning the elections are headlining their political agendas as saying we want to leave Denmark maybe before they leave us through some type of referendum or vote. Let's get $20 or $30 billion for this island, which honestly, it really, what is the purpose of Denmark owning it at this point based on where we are in terms of geopolitics?
That's actually a good way to look at it. That he just, because he only respects power, right? He's a fascist. So it would make sense that he would want it to be divided up into spheres. How many spheres is the question. And he only respects power that's like absolute. Because the EU has a lot of power. It's just in the people, theoretically.
It's not like they can defend Greenland. They obviously cannot. Now you could say, well, it doesn't matter because no one's going to invade Greenland, but that's not the point. The point of it is they can't defend them, and this is a territory within the footprint of North America. It's a lot more North American than it is European. Yes, the people there they become more European because of the manipulation by the EU. And so that's why there's a big problem with the EU. But the EU is weak ever since Brexit.
Aren't they all basically Inuit?
We don't know what's going to happen to the EU, but a lot of there's a lot of people in Canada that hate the EU, and Canada's talking about joining the EU. And there's all these liberal people saying, "Well, Trump's forced it. This is bad." Now the EU is going to have good relations with Canada
because Britain is doing
Canada
so well.
Canada is going to separate anyways if that happens. There's going to be a separation between the West and the Eastern part. That would be my prediction there. When it comes to this, like, you look at the headlines, nobody wants to visit Vance.
You know,
it's like, oh, they remember that there was a headline.
You know what's actually fucking being discussed in Canada? EU membership.
Yes, it's like joining making a new NATO, right?
Imagine how hard Erdogan would shit. Because the argument is that Turkey can't join because their population is too large. It would fuck up and imbalance the rest of the EU.
Yeah.
Well, what's
But-
Canada's population?
It's fuck all. Canada's the same population as Australia, I'm pretty sure.
There you go. That's not a European country. Close enough. Like, population comparison is what I'm talking about.
I'm pretty sure Australia is a close comparison to Canada. Fact check me, motherfuckers.
But, like, compared to, like, Germany.
Germany is like 80 million, isn't it?
Just Google it. I found out the soon.
Okay. Canada pop 40 million. That's a lot. Okay, so Australia's 27 million. Canada's
Germany.
40. So Canada is 40. S- 83. So double Canada's population.
So Canada is smaller than Germany.
Yeah.
Well, then I guess the population argument doesn't apply.
France is 70.
As long as it's less than Germany. Then
Holland is 18 million. There you go. Spain is 8 million more than Canada, so that would be a like comparison.
Well, I don't care about the comparison. I was just saying the population size needs to be the size of a European country. But remember, I was saying this, like, when an EU army starts, I said that Canada is likely going to be part of that EU army.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
It'll be like a replacement NATO.
Well, yeah, because if America pulls out, like Canada is going to want to be part of the Atlantic Alliance.
Yeah, for sure.
So if you think about it, now, I would say Brexit complicates it. But if Brexit didn't happen, then it would be even easier because it would technically be the UK, right?
Yeah.
That would be real easy.
Yes, it would.
But also the Northern Ireland movement might come in here as well. But watch Canada become Europe because of Trump.
That would be fucking hysterical. Imagine the
This
accents
dude talking
change.
about how it's growing North America and shit. And remember
Driving
how I
them
was
away.
talking about how we should, like, the opportunity to work with Mexico and, like, have a North American alliance? Remember how I was talking about that, like, a few months ago?
Yep.
Bye-bye.
It's gone. Yep.
It's
Imagine
gone.
if Mexico tries to join the Union too with Canada
Can you
and Europe.
imagine, like, instead of America first, if these people, like, were rational and looked at it like building up a North American alliance?
If they were smart.
Yeah, I was about to say if they weren't retarded, which I fucking apparently we're still canceling people for saying that word.
Sure.
That's
I'm
retarded. Did you see the fucking? I sent you the fucking. Did you know Chinese and Japanese are different people? Did you see that on Instagram?
Was it sent last night?
No, it was like sent earlier. It's just the South Park guy in the sound booth, and it's the episode where the city walk and the city sushi open next to each other. And so they have a cultural day to tell people that it's different cultures, but it's
funny.
And it's him doing both the voices.
I'll go back and watch that.
Hang on, I'll pull
Turkey's
it up real
population
quick.
is only 90 million. It's not that much higher than Germany.
Yes, but that's why I said it has to be lower than Germany.
Is Germany the highest?
I mean, Germany's fucking huge. Population-wise.
Well, what's Poland's population?
Is
Poland a part of the EU?
Say it has.
Wow.
I don't know. Ukraine has more land, and Germany has more people. Like Ukraine might have a higher population, but like as far as like density.
Not for long, because there was 44 million, and now Ukraine has 37.
Oh, so Ukraine is way lower than Germany.
It'd be mad slipping population.
So even them, they're fine because they might be a lot of land, but it's less people than Germany.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. And if they make a replacement to NATO, they can include Ukraine.
Well, yes, that would be the point.
Yeah, that's actually interesting. That could change everything.
Tried to go door to door. U.S. officials went door to door in Greenland to try and get people there to visit Vance, and nobody wanted it. Well, obviously something's changed because when Don Jr. went, there were a bunch of people there. Now there's not really.
Gee, I wonder what
they're
changed.
being manipulated through propaganda by Europe. It's bad.
Oh, of course, it's Europe.
My God.
It's Europe.
It definitely
it's not
wasn't
Trump
propaganda by
saying
Trump.
that he's going to take over Greenland. It's not Trump's own fucking words. It's Europe telling these people with their fucking propaganda because Europe controls them with their propaganda. I see.
No possibility of a staged anything. Trump
Okay.
has never done that.
I'm gonna full screen
Vance is
this
gonna have
so you'll echo. But
I look forward to meeting many of you soon and to learning from you about your beautiful
What the
land,
fuck?
culture, and traditions.
that video
See you
is
soon.
still playing in the
Hello.
background.
I'm so excited to share
Where
that I'll
are
be
you?
visiting
Get
Kalaalleq
out. Show
Greenland
yourself,
next
video.
weekend. I'm particularly
Where
thrilled
is
to
it?
visit during your national dog sled race, which our country is proud to support as a sponsor.
Fuck off. Okay.
How are we all feeling? Yay, boy! Did you know that China and Japan are actually different countries? Oh, really? How are we all feeling? Yay!
There's my messages. I was like, overslept like a motherfucker. You weren't in the
Yeah.
room, so I'm like, oh, it didn't matter.
I was literally like, oh, he'll show up, I'll leave it open.
Didn't work.
Can't believe it.
Very funny. But you don't check your phone.
some closed door meetings, and
Well,
he's gonna say,
normally-
"Listen,
normally when
this is gonna
I'm
be
like,
the easy way."
You know, like getting ready, brushing my teeth, and doing all that stuff. And then I like looked, and it was 7:30 because because I can't remember because it's like because of the daylight savings. I was like, has he been showing up at 7:30 or 6:30?
I've been waking up really late because I've been going to bed late. I'm gonna reset that, so I'll start showing up earlier.
Yeah, you need to fucking wake up at 3 a.m. and put your face in ice water.
Yeah, exactly. Need to get my snore tape off my mouth and shit. Go and twerk on my balcony and do some quarter rep push-ups.
I kind of want like the nose magnet thing that's supposed to open your sinuses.
It is an interesting idea.
I wonder if they will work for me.
Might as well try it. There's no harm in trying. I sleep great. I don't wake up at all during the night.
Well, I wouldn't wear it to sleep. I'd wear it throughout the day. If
Oh,
it
that's
fucking
funny as
pulls,
fuck.
If it pulls open my fucking congested blockages. Because sometimes that's what I'll do is I'll like take my pinky and like force it up into this, like up in here. You know, like where the like I'm inside the nasal bone just to try and force open the congestion.
Does it work?
Briefly. But it's also like really dangerous to do that.
Really?
Forcing your finger as far up into your nasal cavity as you can? Yes.
Yeah, why not? Just fucking shove that shit right up there. Who gives a fuck?
It's a lot of soft tissue.
Yeah, you'll be right.
And mucous membranes and shit.
Yeah, she'll be right.
The hard way, Trump has
I am not a doctor.
said that as well, and Trump's been so nice. Trump is so much more nice than me. He's such a sweet man, and Vance is just an angel. And these people, they're just so.
Oh my god.
They're just great gentlemen. They really are. They are amazing people, and they're so much nicer than these European countries who are just so nasty. Remember when Trump was like, you know,
They're
I
just
love
so nasty.
Denmark,
He
I
even
love
said it
Europe,
like
I love
Trump.
Greenland. It would be so
Weird.
cool to have Greenland
This
one
is
day to
weird.
protect it. Back in 2019, and Denmark told them to F off, and they were just so nasty. These European countries are just really, really bad. It is bad news. The liberalism is just so... I mean, they've destroyed their cultures. A lot of them have. Through liberalism.
Here we go again, destroyed their
And
culture.
some of them are trying to
with
push back. That's why you see
liberalism.
these right-wing parties
Okay,
rising up.
Explain
They're like, hey,
to
maybe
Explain to me how countries founded on liberalism destroyed themselves through liberalism. Their specific liberal culture. How did that happen?
Brainiac. What an absolute genius.
We have to fuck Trump.
we shouldn't have all this immigration that's destroying all of our culture, and then it's like, oh, you're racist for saying that. Well, good luck then. But listen, this is a
racist.
securing of an island that's very important to the United States. And I said it was going to be huge, and it's very, very key. And so Vance is visiting, and they're like, well, they can't get anyone to meet with him. Well, yeah, when you get EU propaganda blasted onto these poor people of Greece, there's 57,000 people. There's 57,000 people. 57,000. Come on, these people. We can convince these people that joining the United States is a more advantageous route than the current situation they have. Or you know what? But this is the problem. It's just this EU obsession with Trump. But it's like, you know what? We won't even deal with Greenland. We'll deal with Greenland after we acquire your territory from Denmark. If you're Denmark, why would you not say, well, let me get something for Greenland before we lose them for nothing if they have some type of referendum to become independent? They
independent is not losing them, you idiot. You are also not gaining them if they get independence. If you were to back the independence movement, that's a different story.
Should sell Greenland to the United States, and then we'll deal with the people of Greenland. We already have to make major infrastructure investment into Greenland either way, whether we acquire Greenland from Denmark or Greenland leaves Denmark and then we acquire Greenland independently of Denmark. Either way, we have to make huge infrastructure investment to set up mining operations and more military
Greenland
bases
is
and protection and Arctic
a country,
influence.
Is it not?
So all of this.
Like, it's an independent country. It's not Denmark.
No, it is Denmark. But it also is. It's autonomous.
Okay. I wonder what the legality around that is. Can they act and do diplomacy on their own? On behalf of Greenland, not Denmark?
The thing is, there's such a small population. They only have a fishing economy. So they literally need to be subsidized. And
Yeah.
that's what's stopping the independent movement, is that they need Denmark to subsidize them.
Yes, okay.
And especially knowing that those subsidies would disappear if Trump took them. Why would they want to go to another fucking imperialist power?
True.
When they're in the middle of an independence movement.
True, and America would not help them whatsoever in that, like, subsidy
It's
side of
because
things.
these people, like, this guy probably loved the trucker protest and the Wexit movement.
Yeah, I bet.
Where those people actually wanted to become America because they're fucking imperialist simps.
Yes. Yes, they really are.
this has to happen. And that's why they've elevated it. Now Vance has to visit, and then at a certain point, I mean, let's get the people
Elevated it
to understand that it's going to be better for them, and then we're going to have support there from the Greenlanders for an American, and it's not even a takeover. This is a territory. Look at Puerto Rico. A lot of Americans don't even know Puerto Rico is a U.S. territory because when you look at elections, they're not involved. They're not involved in the presidential elections, and it's not like they have senators or any representation like that. So this is a territory that might become a state like Alaska if enough people from the lower 48 move there. This is not some crazy military takeover where they become a state and it's this huge thing and they're still going to have their own government. We want access to their minerals, which they will get a cut of. We want access to securing their island through military bases and strategical influence within the Arctic.
Have this.
This is a very
win-win
situation. It might not be a win for Denmark, but maybe it is if we just buy them from Denmark. Then Denmark would also get money. But it's
Denmark
this EU
literally
obsession and this infestation with hating Trump.
Lose.
That is a real big problem for these people.
It's almost like there's other reasons for them telling Trump to fuck off.
It's something we have to deal with. So, can relationships be repaired with the EU? Because of the United States' involvement in our cordial relationship now with Russia, I'm not so sure.
Oh wait, I forgot.
But
he's
does
a
it really
perfect
matter?
man who's polite.
Depends if Trump wants to leave NATO, then the relationship's going to be shot completely. At least
Remember
to a
when
degree.
Angela Merkel threw candy at Trump?
Yeah,
that was so
listen,
rude.
Putin has come out and said, yes, we respect it. We know the United States wants to annex Greenland. It makes sense. It's well within their right. So Putin has come out and admitted that, yeah, it's going to happen, and it's understandable. And so, listen, whatever deal Russia ends up getting, that's going to be a fair deal between them and Ukraine. It's very complicated. Neither Russia or Ukraine is really playing ball on a ceasefire. They're both coming out and saying things. Putin has come out and said, we might just destroy the entire Ukrainian military and be done with it and just take over the entire country.
Good luck.
Now Zelensky is saying Putin's going to die soon.
Good.
It's getting really nasty with them. So they need to work something out. They've got an infrastructure ceasefire.
I hope that
so when they get a full
is
ceasefire
not an
going
empty
with
threat, and they've actually got a plan.
Rumor going around that Putin violently shit his pants.
Violently.
I added in the violently part, but
because when I picture violently, I picture like
when they die in South Park.
Yes. The Warcraft episode.
Man, bathroom.
Which they're trying to joust for position so they can have leverage in terms of negotiations, but obviously Putin is going to want a significant, like in terms of negotiations, it's like 80-20. In terms of Russian demands that need to be met is the 80%, and then Ukrainian demands are 20% because of the advantage that Russia has over Ukraine. Now, if NATO got involved, it would escalate the war, but it would certainly help Ukraine, but that's not going to happen. And even the liberal countries within Europe who are very scared of Russia, they decided to go against the idea of NATO involvement to escalate the war. I mean, they had the choice. Like, they keep criticizing Trump. What do you want him to do? If there's no NATO involvement, Ukraine will not win. Or I don't know what you would classify as a win. I guess it depends. I think the big problem is that Putin wants Putin wants Ukraine to demilitarize. And obviously Ukraine doesn't want that.
Yeah, they're not going to. Why
but either
would
way,
they?
guys, that is just the current situation when it comes to the potential acquisition of Greenland, and Vance is visiting. I think there's probably got to be closed door meetings. He's meeting at, this is propaganda visits, but it's not exactly where we want relations right now with Greenlanders to be, because they're very hostile against America. They think we're trying to take them over. All this, if they became a territory, it's not even really a takeover, and there's no invasion of Greenland. Greenland does not have a military. So what are we talking about with an invasion? Who are we going to fight? European NATO troops? Because France threatened to do that. I mean, it's crazy. There's going to be no fighting on Greenland.
You know what? If they do try to put more like an invasion force inside Greenland without the permission of Greenland, Europe should fucking fight them. Honestly, fuck them. They want to fuck around. Show them what's up.
He is securing the island, and look, we'll see if it ends up happening. But there has to be some. We have to get the ball rolling at some point. So that's why Vance is going. I mean, and this is totally out of the blue. It's obvious.
Like, this is the only way to deal with fascists. You can't just let them roll through shit. You gotta show them what's up. You gotta show them that they will not do this without resistance, that without military resistance. Like, it's unacceptable. Just because Greenland doesn't have a military doesn't mean you have a right to go and take the territory, take the country, take the land. The fuck is this guy? What?
Trump wants to annex this country to a degree of making them a territory. Why else would Vance be going there? This is out of the blue. The people, the Greenland officials said, no, we don't want it because they are getting their orders from the EU.
Oh,
and
yeah,
the EU hates
that's
the United
why.
States and they hate the Trump administration. And so they're being, remember, they were very welcome to Don Jr. Very welcome. They had people lined up to see Don Jr. What changed in 3-4 months? Well, they got fed a bunch of propaganda from the EU.
Trying to help them.
That's what happened. It's not necessary, and
Why
they're working against us.
Help
and
you?
There's going to be consequences when you do things like this, and you.
Well, yeah, that sure, right? But they're talking like Greenland, and I would consider Greenland a country in and of itself. But you know, it's a territory of Denmark. It's complicated. So yes, they do have a military, and I don't think that Denmark should allow America, of all people, to do this. And it should be up to the rest of the international community to pull America into line. It doesn't matter, because if it happens or not, they need to be ready for it. And to be ready for it, they need to get out of America's military industrial complex, which they're currently looking at doing. The F-35 program is about to get cancelled because so many people are pulling out. America's about to have a very expensive plane. Yeah, that $1 trillion program is going to be
what
very
I missed
expensive.
from the political expert.
More just unfathomably fucking stupid shit. Just talking about how because Greenland doesn't have a military, they're entitled to go and take it. And I was saying that Europe should not allow America to just waltz in and take it because they don't have a military, right? They should respond, and they should respond in force, because that's how you deal with fascists. You have to show them that if they fuck around, they're going to get shot. And if it requires shooting down an Air Force plane, so be it. Shoot that cunt out of the sky. Like, if they're trying to do that shit, shoot that shit out of the sky. Get rid of it. Like, there is no other option. You can't... If the world has been fighting Ukraine and the annexation of Ukraine and its territories since 2014, 2022 realistically, right? They cannot allow America to do that. They just can't, and they need to be willing to stand up to them. Europe needs to be the bigger person here. For once, Europe needs to stop killing each other and start looking outwards to actually live by the values they propose, that they supposedly live by. And if those standards are what they live by, those standards would respond to America trying to annex a part of Denmark. Okay, so if it's a diversion tactic, what's it diverting from? What's the distraction? What's the main point? What's the forest? If we're looking at the trees, what's the forest?
What this mean to the United States?
What do you reckon? Should Europe respond militarily? Why? Just because of how Trump might react? There's nothing to distract from. Nobody cares. That's the truth of it. Nobody cares.
We're just sick and tired of it, and we're done with it. Even though we're in a ton of debt ourselves, we're still a very powerful country, and that's why we're trying to get out of the debt. We need these minerals. I mean, it's part of it, but we also need to counter China and their mineral potential and capability. So, guys, that's going to do it for this video. Make sure you follow me on X. Link to that's always in the description.
About the defiance of the courts that Trump is engaged in right now.
Did you drop out? The fuck was that?
And I want to start specifically on the questions of immigration and of their absolute defiance of court orders, large and small, both in the mass deportations to El Salvador of a lot of these Venezuelans who are allegedly part of
So why shouldn't Europe respond militarily if America was to try and annex Greenland? Would it not be in line with... Yeah. They're trying to annex a piece of a European territory. That's unacceptable. If Europe isn't allowed... If Russia gets fought for doing it, why should America not? Realistically. That would be a hypocritical double standard on the part of Europe. Entirely and wholly. Like it goes against everything they've tried to set up. And that's the whole point of the pact, right? NATO?
TDA.
And if he can do it to Greenland, why can't he do it to anywhere else? Same thing with Russia.
And the the Khalil case
make it
and
expensive.
other cases where they are plucking people with green cards and legal residency out and shipping them off for things that are not criminal, but that they find ideologically unacceptable.
It is true.
And most Americans, if not all Americans, will not stand for America having to fight Europe. It's a lose-lose for Trump. Either Americans die trying to annex European territory, and you lose expensive military equipment trying to annex European territory, or you see Americans slaughtering Europeans to take European territory. It's a lose-lose. Like, it's the only deterrence that you could possibly have. Is a stern, do not fucking do this, or we will respond.
Truly chilling. It's Ramadan right now, Rick, and a lot of Muslims getting together in the evenings for events. I've been to a few events recently. The only topic of conversation right now in brown communities is, have you got a plan B? Where do we go? What happens if this shit continues to hit the fan? If the fascism that we all warned about and were worried about becomes very real, which it seems to be by the day. We're speaking on a day, guys, where Donald Trump has posted saying the judge should be impeached, Boasberg, who ruled against him on the Venezuela El Salvador case, because he's a crook, apparently. Because he ruled against him. We're living. First of all, I know all three of us have played this game. It's a frustrating game, but let's play it anyway. Can you imagine if Joe Biden had said Samuel Alito should be
safe just for you?
Safe for what?
Safe for
okay.
Impeached. He's a crook after the Dobbs decision. People would have lost their minds. But we now live in a world where you know this better than me.
Oh my
We've
God.
normalized Trump.
Task and Purpose made a video about the Chinese plane. And the title is, Does It Kinda Suck? I'm like, same standard that I have for calling it a 6th gen plane. We don't know. I don't think you can make a judgment at this point. We know nothing. Huh. Poor Irish.
We grade him on a curve so he can just say impeach a crooked judge and it won't even be the top story on the network news tonight. But that is where we are, and it is truly chilling that people now have to live in fear, not just as immigrants on student visas or H-1Bs, but also green card holders, but also citizens. In Chicago, we just learned that a Latino man was pulled off the street, pulled into a detention center, held overnight for 10 hours, born and brought up in the United States, not even a naturalized citizen, a citizen. And they're willing to hold these people. So we are in a very dark place, because if you accept the argument from the Trump administration that there's no due process for
jump scare.
people, then what is to stop them from going after citizens and green card holders and political enemies?
Center
Because by
part
definition,
is a
all we
bold
have
choice.
is their say-so. And the United States of America's entire constitutional system was built on the basis that you don't just take the president's say-so for something.
Correct. I think that idea that waving the magic wand of declaring anyone a terrorist and saying, I have unlimited power now outside of any judicial framework is a singularly dangerous way for a president to behave.
It is more dangerous domestically than anything I can think of in my lifetime. Look, I am someone who Republicans accuse of having TDS, Trump derangement syndrome, right? I am someone who's been warning about Trumpian fascism since his first term. I am someone who spent most of last year saying, if he wins this election, will it be our last free and fair election? But even I did not see where we'd be in month 2 or whatever it is of this presidency. Dog years, feels like we're 17 years in. We're about 50-something days in.
By it already.
Not just exhausted, but what they've pulled off. You know, Donald Trump is a liar. Everything he says is a lie. But what he said in his joint address to Congress was true. He said, we have done more in our first 4 weeks than most presidents get done in 4 years. And he's right about that, I'm sorry to say. Sure. He has done more in terms of damage, in terms of undermining our Constitution, in terms of wrecking the federal government, what he's doing to the federal bureaucracy. Ronald Reagan could never have dreamt of over 8 years. What Musk and his libertarian, Ayn Rand, racist kids are doing is on a level I've never seen a Republican Party do before. So he's right about that. And I think that is someone like me who warned against Trump. Even I didn't think this. And by the way, you've all seen the Politico story with Paul Dans, the architect of Project 2025, saying yesterday, this is beyond my wildest dreams. So the people who love him and the people who hate him, we're all saying the same thing. Wow, this has gone beyond anything we even imagined.
So, let me ask you an unanswerable question. What are we going to be talking about in a month? Well, how do you think this is going to play out?
So
who's
very hard to
firewood in the ruins.
Very, very hard to predict what will happen by Saturday, let alone in a month's time, given all the craziness. I mean, these are the masters of flooding the zone, right? Steve Bannon has made it very clear that flooding the zone is their strategy. That days of thunder, I think he calls it now.
Hey, look,
and they're right about that.
Somebody
That's
is
what they're
fucking
doing.
paying
They're overwhelming
attention.
us.
Somebody is paying attention. Jesus Christ. I don't understand why it's so hard not to just listen to what these fucking people are talking about and realizing that they're not exactly dishonest about it. They're not exactly hiding it. They're not exactly quiet about their plans. They literally told us their fucking plans, and people were like, I don't know what that is. What's Project 2025? Literally right fucking there. We knew what was coming. Everybody was saying it. Nobody paid attention. Actually, nobody was saying it, actually. It was maybe 3 people.
We're looking at home at what's happening to Mahmoud Khalil. Meanwhile, they're bombing Yemen and starting new wars in the Middle East, and Netanyahu's back to genociding in Gaza with Trumpian support. Remember, he ran in Michigan saying, Liz Cheney's a warmonger. I'm going to be the candidate of peace. Here he is starting multiple new conflicts all over the world.
Yeah.
So I don't know where we're going to be in a month. Are we going to be in a position where Russia has overrun more parts of Ukraine? Are we going to be in a position where the Palestinians are actually being physically driven out of Gaza?
Liking this video? And don't just watch, hit like, share, and subscribe.
Because you put it in the middle of the video, I'm going to stop watching.
Hello, my name is Ryan, and I am the president of Woke. And as the president of Woke, there is nothing that I hate more than attractive people. When I see an attractive person, I go, "Bah." But when I see an ugly person, well, in my dumb woke brain, attractive people are ugly and ugly people are attractive. That is an unfortunate side effect of pumping yourself full of this many vaccines. I'm sure we can all agree that I'm not the most attractive person you've ever seen. My face gives off less of a Timothée Chalamet vibe and more of a Paul Giamatti vibe. And because I'm not that attractive, I'm filled with a deep resentment and jealousy towards anyone who is attractive.
I hate this.
Have you ever heard of fat camps? Well, I think we need to start attractive camps, where we round up all the attractives and we melt their skin off with acid so they can all be as ugly as me, and then we can finally have true equality. Thus declares the president of Woke. So, was that satirical monologue that I just gave really fucking stupid? Yes, but according to Andy Pants Gaming, the channel we'll be looking at today, this is what woke people unironically believe. As woke people, it is our goal to purge all...
Have you watched this guy before?
At my router. So... I mysteriously, after I had to chase somebody around the house and move furniture over cords and stuff. I wonder what's going on. So I'll be right back.
Attractive people from video games. And according to Andy Pants Gaming, the left absolutely hates the new Monster Hunter game because some of the women in this game are attractive. I've been a big fan of the Monster Hunter franchise ever since I played Monster Hunter Tri on the Wii back when I was a kid, but I guess I must actually hate this franchise now because some of the women in the games are hot.
What's going on, guys? So Monster Hunter Wilds is absolutely crushing it, and the left, the coping, angry, mentally ill left is absolutely seething right now because of hot characters in games. Because they're jealous. Because they're jealous that they're not a biological woman and they look like a creature instead, so they're big mad.
So on the left here, we have the angry trans wojacks, which is what these people think all trans people look like. Just ignore trans people like Hunter Schafer. They don't exist. Every trans person looks like this picture on the left. And then on the right, we have some pictures of the blacksmith from the game Monster Hunter Wilds. And for some reason, he specifically picked out this picture that makes her look like she's like mid-orgasm or something. And all of the queer people are jealous of this because, as we know, queer people can't orgasm. When I was playing through Monster Hunter Wilds, I thought this was a pretty cool character. I liked her vibe. But wait, no, actually, I hated her character because she's hot and I'm jealous of her because I'm ugly.
Because they're jealous. Because they're jealous that they're not a biological woman and they look like a creature instead.
I love how he shows this picture where on the left it says creature and on the right it says what God made. I don't know how to break this to you, but this is a video game character. God did not make her. People made her. Maybe he's just been like so mesmerized by her. He's been watching her banging away on her anvil for hours, watching her have orgasms, and he's just become so obsessed with her that he started to believe that she actually is a real person. I'm so sorry if you had to find out this way, Andy Pants, but this is a video game character, not a real woman.
Guys, Monster Hunter Wilds has crushed it. You thought Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 did well with 2 million copies? Yeah, get out of here. Monster Hunter Wilds sold 8 million copies in 3 days. Okay. And isn't it crazy? If you just give people what they want, if you give gamers what they want, a fun, compelling game with great gameplay, hot female characters, masculine male characters, they will go out and buy it.
So here he admits on screen that he hasn't actually played the game. He's just assuming that the male characters in the game are masculine. As someone who actually has played this game, no, the male characters in this game actually aren't that masculine. You've got this kid who's always crying about something, then you've got this twink who helps you research monsters, you've got this balding old guy who always looks slightly afraid. Really, the only like traditionally masculine masculine character is the head of the guild that looks like Bob Odenkirk, who shows up for like 2 minutes at the beginning of the game. So this idea that Monster Hunter Wilds...
Dude, I fucking hate this guy. I fucking hate this guy. He has awful delivery. This is awful. Oh god.
It's finally happened.
Oh no.
The one day where Australian politics might be at the top of your YouTube feed instead of all of the American commentators that just get this endless 10-year-long reign where they're getting PewDiePie numbers for, oh, Trump went to White Castle today. Well, today's the day that we still will be hundreds of thousands of views below that, but we are having an election in this country. May 3rd, baby! Just a few short weeks until all of our greatest dreams come true and Angus Taylor is finally treasurer.
Gross. What the fuck is this?
Jesus Christ.
That was awful. He changed his intro. That was dog shit. Dude, he changed his intro. His intro is trash. Look at this. Look how shit this is. It's awful. Are you ready? Do you remember his old one? You be listening? Hello? Hello? Hello?
And Angus Taylor is
Do you
fine.
remember his normal intro? It's like 3 seconds. And
I
it's
didn't
just
even
like
know this was a Geordie's video. I just
Oh, really?
saw it was about the Canadian election, so I added it.
Australian.
Oh. Well, also the Canadian election is going.
Oh, is it?
Treasurer.
This is awful. This is awful corporate garbage. Trash. Awful. Awful intro. This is objectively one of the worst intro changes on YouTube I've ever seen.
Jesus Christ, that guy. You'd think that Dutton's biggest enemy in the election is going to be Albanese. I honestly think
thought
it's
America
Angus.
flag
Seen
suits
the
were
shit that
bad.
he said recently?
Wow.
What it's going to cost Australia to build nuclear power plants. 44% less than the alternative. Which is what? And this is the crucial point. Right, around, you know those numbers, they were put out by Labor, I'm just around asking $600 you, billion. what's your plan cost? So 44% less. That the alternative we've put forward, which we've modelled, we've put out those costings. So what is the cost? 44% lower cost.
Can you tell us the
than Labor's.
dollars? What's the so people can understand what the cost is?
Well, 44% less. Labor's $600 billion in total for the system through to 2050,
So
and our 44% less than
$360 billion.
I was gonna say you could literally do the math on the spot. What? $600 billion, 44% less, 340. Yeah, 360 billion. $360 billion. Bam. Boom. Math. Quick maths. Quick maths. 2 + 2 is 4. Quick maths.
That's the one policy they've got coming into this election.
I hate to agree with him, but it literally is. It's literally the only thing that they have is nuclear. And you know what the worst part is? They're gonna win. They're gonna win, and fucking United Australia Party is already running Patriot ads, and they're saying patron of truth, Tucker Carlson. Which is just so funny. They're literally using Americans to promote their own party for an election in Australia. I fucking hate this country so much.
Turn all of Australia into Springfield, and he doesn't know the numbers. And he's the guy that's supposed to know the numbers. It's just so indicative of what's been happening to the Liberals over the last month. I really feel like once I accidentally tripped into my mirror, and yes, I did that in real life, and thank you for asking about all the cuts on my legs that I never show. But I feel like I have gone into opposite land, which strangely makes us the rest of the world. And now that we are in just the rest of the world, we have a competent press that says, oh my God, this potato could be leading the country. And he doesn't seem to have any
He more looks like a thumb from Spy Kids. But, yeah.
ideas that aren't from Gina Reinhardt's Twitter feed. I mean, you know me, I've never given the press slack for anything ever, and really don't like doing so right now, but they really are sticking it to Dutton. They love the leaks, and I'm loving it too. And I'm loving that for the first time in my living memory, it seems like the Labor Party hasn't stepped a single foot wrong, and Dutton just keeps tripping over his own incompetence over and over again. You had him recently freaking out to his staffers, "Could you please stop leaking everything I do?" That's not a good sign. What about when he was supposed to be in his electorate when the cyclone was about to hit? Albanese was preparing for it. He was getting money from Justin Hems. That was a Scott Morrison 2.0. I think the only reason that we forgot about it is, damn it, I really wanted to see that sex.
Do you know what this is referencing?
I have no idea what is happening.
So, our
Mexico's
sitting
crashing
prime
into
minister
things.
at the time, there were massive fires. And I'm a bit on the fence about this because him being in the country isn't really going to change the firefighters doing their job. You know what I mean? But also, he went on holiday.
It's like Ted Cruz going on.
Yeah,
vacation when
exactly.
blizzard hit.
It's like, yeah, it's okay. His presence is not going to change what's happening. But don't go on a fucking holiday. Like, it's such a joke. Anyway, this is just clearly just going to be like bullshit. So here's the ABC.
Election 2025.
Actual journalists.
Now well and truly underway. The Prime Minister has fired the starter's gun. Australians will be off to the polls on May the 3rd. And everyone seems to agree this campaign will really matter in the sense that the race is close, that any stumbles, any bad days or bad weeks could absolutely cost one side the actual election result. So the pressure is on both Anthony Albanese and Peter Dutton. I'm keen to explore what actually goes on behind the scenes. Once a campaign begins, what are the strategies, the tactics, the concerns, and how do you manage a leader in a campaign contest? I'm David Spears on Ngunnawal Country at Parliament House in Canberra. Welcome to Insiders on Background. Then Labor leader Bill Shorten. Andrew Carswell is Managing Director at Headline Advisory, a former press
Why
secretary
you look so
to
mad?
then Prime Minister Scott Morrison. Welcome to you both. It's been a while. Good to catch up at the start of another campaign. Really appreciate you joining us. Look, Ryan, let me come to you.
This will be interesting because as I said, I don't give a fuck about Australian politics. But considering that we've been covering elections, I figured we might as well. And then we can all learn about how shit Australian politics are.
I'm keen to sort of peel back the curtain a little bit here and get an insight into what goes on at the start of a campaign. Right, the first few days, are you still trying to find your feet, get the machine running, or how does it begin?
One of the things which is really interesting as you sort of transition from governing to campaigning, Spearsy, for both sides, both the government and the opposition, they transition from a traditional sort of government. So for the government's perspective, cabinet ministers, etc., coordinated by the Prime Minister's office to a CHQ, they call it, central headquarters, and that basically
so that's
means
different people, right? That's different personnel who have a sort of different job description.
That's right. And so, the campaign, well, this year's obviously been, for the Labor Party, has been run by Paul Erickson, the National Secretary of the Labor Party, and then for the Libs, Andrew Hurst. And so that really sort of goes to the type of structure you'll have for the next sort of 36 days for the campaign going forward. Everything's sort of driven by politics. People are driven by announceables and getting things out the door. And that coordination really goes through CHQ. And it's funny because the principals, so in this case, Anthony Albanese and Peter Dutton, kind of become part of the campaign as opposed to running the campaign from the top.
Right,
so the travelling party on the various planes sort of bounce around marginal seats doing announceables. They're coordinated by the central headquarters in the same way that each minister.
If we need any defines or terminology clarifications, just let me know and I'll Google that shit.
Sort of coordinated, and for the opposition, obviously each shadow, and then there's various teams within those headquarters that focus on things like target seats, like the seats which
Yep.
both parties are sort of.
Yep, you're 100% correct. Yep, and it's Australia should have been, and this is my big problem, right? Australia is on the center of a tectonic plate. It has next to no natural disasters. unless you include fires, which whatever. Like, sure, like it is a natural disaster, but I'm talking specifically about like earthquakes and flooding and cyclones and tsunamis and shit, right? So we're on the center of a tectonic plate. We don't have any natural disasters that can really like send power plants into meltdowns. The country has 70% arid land. Now that you don't need water reactors, it becomes a lot more viable. If you do need water reactors, desalination plant to nuclear reactor, and then boom. You don't need to use any of the drinking water. You can use the desalination plant to create water for the nuclear power plant. It doesn't have to be a big one. And I'm sure that they can repurpose the salt and brine for something at the nuclear power plant. It should have happened 30 fucking years ago. This is my big problem. Because the Liberal Party is only now coming in because they're like, oh, we need energy, we need power, we need whatever, and we need to move away from coal. And because they are essentially run by about 3 or 4 coal and oil companies, because there's always the oil fields you have to remember that we stole from Timor. So that we have, and these companies essentially run the government, both Liberal and Labour. So on top of that, you've also got the Green Party, which I think John told me, this is how I found out, they're an international thing. And they have international standards of their policies, and one of their big policies is anti-nuclear. So you also have the Greens being anti-nuclear, flooded with disinformation about nuclear energy. And then on top of that, because of what I said before about the oil and coal companies essentially owning our government, nuclear just never happened. We could be a world fucking leader in nuclear energy and the nuclear sector. Instead, we have dirty coal cunts digging holes in the ground and selling it to China, where they fund genocide and overproduction of Chinese EVs built on basically entirely coal power grids, making them never green. Selling them using what I talked about before, their developing nation status, to then ship these dog shit cars that they made for nothing, which they overproduce, and dumping them on foreign shores for nothing, essentially. There's a lot of problems, but yes, so nuclear is definitely the way to go. Nuclear has not happened because there are so many vested interests in this country that don't want it to happen. On top of that, Labour and the Greens are anti-nuclear and continually spread incredibly stupid, incorrect information about nuclear energy, like that it's not safe to store, that the waste is dangerous, that intermediate and low-level wastes are actually hard to deal with. They're not. Low-level waste, chuck them in an incinerator. Problem solved. High-level waste, concrete cylinders. Deals with them for about 100 years. After that, they're dealing with it. You think in 100 years we won't be able to figure out safe storage for nuclear waste? Most of it's stored in water pools in the nuclear power plants. There is no fucking problems. There is literally no concern except for regulations and, like, making sure that the operators are actually doing their job correctly. That's the concern. The concern is human error, not the science. Nuclear has killed, including all of the disasters and fallout, they've calculated at 0.03 deaths per kilowatt hour. The only thing lower is solar at 0.02. And coal is the worst. Absolute worst kilowatt hour to death ratio.
Sort of looking for...
And Australia loves fucking coal.
You fuck coal?
Yeah, there is a theory that you can run it on nuclear waste, but also nuclear waste can be reused. Like you have to realize that this radiation does not go away. That's the concern. But you also can reuse that radiation. Imagine if they were able to safely contain radioactive, like radiation batteries.
These new reactors,
Thorium.
like they basically do, like the spent fuel rods still continue to be used as fuel, so they use a lot less fuel, and they actually can recycle it.
Yeah, because they're molten salt reactors, so it's a non-water
That's why they're
reactor.
more expensive.
Yeah, they're the modular reactors that we're looking at.
Yeah. We watched a video from the friendly nuclear physicist lady.
And it also means you don't have to mine uranium too, which is another concern because the one person I had a discussion with about this brought up the uranium mining thing, and I'm like, yeah, that's a valid concern. The mining is a concern because the mining companies don't give a fuck about human impact, right? They don't give a fuck about the environment. They don't give a fuck about the people around them. They only care about pulling that shit out of the ground and making money off it, which is why my proposal is that nuclear energy in the country should be state-funded, state-owned forever. Enshrined in law that no nuclear energy can be owned in private hands in Australia. That's how you solve this. And then on top of that, have a civilian regulatory body over it, which regulates the nuclear energy sector in Australia to make sure that people are doing it correctly. There's so much potential here to become a world leader in nuclear science, and it's just being passed up. And now that we're getting the AUKUS deal and we're buying the ability to produce and the science to produce nuclear reactors, we're getting the technology anyway. Just fucking make it bigger. Just get reactors. Just do it. And then we can start phasing out coal real. Because if we have a firm power source, we can actually start phasing coal out and we don't have to worry about the power. And then we can really, really start looking at clean energy like hydrogen. And we went over this before.
Every vote to win, advertising, legals, all that sort of stuff, and research. So it's a real sort of.
I am not sure about hydropower. I wouldn't think so. I would not imagine there would be hydroelectric power in Australia. There are very few major rivers.
A significant sort of transition across from the traditional sort of government structure
into campaigns.
Anyway, so that's my pitch for nuclear in Australia. These cunts should hire me. That's who they should hire. I'll swear at them and tell them to shut the fuck up and talk to actual nuclear scientists about it, so that we can actually get past this, frankly, retarded disinformation about nuclear science. Because we're 30 years past Chernobyl, and we're 20 years past, almost 20 years past Fukushima, I think, 2011. Sure. So we're on the closing end of 20 years of Fukushima. Fukushima has cleaned their shit up and released water back into the ocean that was safe enough to release. Like, is that not demonstration enough that nuclear energy is capable and safe, despite what happened, despite a meltdown, that Japan was able to mostly contain it?
You ever watch a video on the step-by-step what was happening in the meltdown?
Yes. Yeah, they it was a while ago when it actually happened, and they first were releasing information about how it happened. The cleanup is interesting as well, because all the old people were like, yeah, fuck it, we'll clean it up. Because they're like, well, we're old and dying anyway.
I think actually it was probably this Kyle Hill video that I watched.
Mm. And? So what? Build them en masse. Literally just buy the technology to make it, create an industry, create the manufacturing, create an industry in the country that cheapens the fucking manufacturing costs. Why import it? Make it. Australian-made nuclear energy. How attractive of an idea is that? Australian-made, people Australian-owned. Australian-operated, even. Fuck it. Go the whole yard. Just really into that nationalism. Australian-owned, operated, and powered Australia. Clean powered Australia. There's real potential there, but nobody looks ahead past the next fucking yeah, and this would be my next proposal. Ban lobbyists. Why should people with money get more say over what happens in the country than people who don't? It's inherently undemocratic, and it's inherently undemocratic to support money in government. And because Australia is so owned by like 3 or 4 companies, they would fight it. They really would. All you need is a massive amount of public pressure and somebody brave enough to introduce it. That's all you need. But this country is too apathetic to give a fuck, which is why I fucking hate this country.
Into campaigns.
It's really interesting to me, and look, maybe this is a sensitive question, I don't know, but to you, Andrew, are there tensions between those that are around the leader for, the parliamentary term, then having to cede control to those who actually run the campaign, or is that pretty seamless?
Well, I think it just depends how much you trust your leader at CHQ. And in terms of ours, it's Andrew Hirst, and Scott had a great admiration for Andrew and a great trust. And you have to have that trust because you're ceding a lot of, I guess, your power, so to speak, on where you go, what to say, to party headquarters. So it really depends on the dynamic between the principal and the leader at CHQ as to where that goes. It'll be interesting to see where it goes for the coalition this time. I mean, Peter Dutton's team have not done a campaign before, so they're going in with no ideas about how it runs day to day, whereas Andrew Hirst has been there for a long period of time.
I mean, both of you guys were with leaders doing their first campaign as leader, right? What was sort of unexpected? What were they not ready for, Andrew? Is there anything that jumps to mind that it was like, okay, weren't expecting this element of being in a campaign, and we're going to have to learn this quickly?
Yeah, I think policy formation is one of the things that was a surprise for us in the first campaign. Just being able to have things to say at certain moments during the campaign. You don't need to have a new policy every day, of course, and you'd be silly to waste them. But you need one every 3rd or 4th day to be able to sustain momentum.
We have our own form of APAC. I can't remember what it's called. Hold on. Might be something funny like Australian Jury Council or something like that. Australian Israel Jewish Affairs Council is what it's called. The Australian APAC. Yes. Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. Lobbying should be wholly and entirely banned. Illegal. And government officials and people working in the state should be fired and banned from holding office if they ever took lobbying money too. I think it should be that. That is the only way to truly rectify the damage that lobbying has done to the world. Is to make sure these people can never work in politics again. Interesting. Oh, where?
And to give you something
kinda curious.
broader to say than your key messages throughout the campaign. So policy formation was a little bit hatched together, I guess, in that first campaign. We were a little bit better at it come 2022, but that was one of the things that I noticed.
Yeah, well, you still had that miracle win, though, in 2019, and to remind people of that. But Ryan, what about you? Were there any unexpected surprises once you got into the campaign?
I think the thing that really shocked me initially, and I guess the first campaign I did with Bill as leader was in 2016, and this was, Malcolm Turnbull's famous 8-week, 56-day campaign, which seemed like an eternity when we were in the middle of it, was just the energy required to sustain that momentum. And it's, 7 days a week, every morning, 4:30, 5 a.m. sort of starts, checking in with headquarters, what are the issues running today, where are we going, what do we need to worry about, and then your sort of day gets underway. Before you know it, it's 9, 10 o'clock, and you feel like you've lived the whole day already. And this is while you've got a whole plane load of press gallery journalists with you. So, you've got 8, 9 cameras, like 20 journos watching every sort of...
a lot. They're a demanding lot. They want to know what's coming up, what they're doing. But people will be fascinated by this, right? So the day begins literally 4:30, 5 o'clock, every day, and runs through till when?
Well, it kind of depends. If you used the Malcolm Turnbull model of campaign, it ran through till about 10 a.m. and then he took the afternoon off, which was one of the main...
Well, okay, so geothermal is the truly like the greenest of green power generation, I believe. Like natural ones that we don't have to create and engineer. Next to water, obviously, but hydroelectric still kills people. Hydroelectric kills people through downstream effects. China is a good example of this. And then the sort of power generation, solar is where it starts the lowest. Solar, nuclear, wind is next, I think. And then so on and so forth with all the fossil fuels, gas, that sort of stuff.
Criticisms of his campaign, but
wasn't he fundraising or something in the afternoons?
Yeah, that's right.
Very Biden-esque, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. Yeah, that's right. Generally, I was trying to think back before I sort of came on, David, about how we sort of did things in 2016 and 2019. It was you'd sort of pre-position wherever you're going to be the night before, and so you sort of get organised for the day, for the next day. Usually, I check in with headquarters at 4:30, 5 a.m. What are the issues running? What do we think we need to respond to? What do we think the day sort of looks like from here? Then you'd get up and have a phone call with the leader and the principals and the campaign sort of directors, sort of just after 6, and the day sort of start to get going. But in terms of leader's responsibilities, invariably he'd probably go up and do some morning radio. You might try and get some pictures out there of him walking, running, playing tennis, playing soccer, whatever. And then you'd have your press conference generally in the morning to try and sort of drive that kind of morning sort of news cycle at 9, 10 o'clock. And then try and do something in the community sort of early afternoon, and then pre-position for next day.
And
later in the afternoon.
That fatigue factor is...
Wait, can you guys actually talk YouTube to...
Yes.
To Twitch? Really?
Yes, it relays through the whole network.
That's fucking cool!
I set it up. It
That's
also relays
sick.
to the Discord, so all of it shows up in Discord as well.
Oh, that's fucking sick. That means we don't have to force people onto other platforms, but you should all go to Twitch. I think I've seen this name before. What's up? Hey, more people. People filing in. Big day today. That weekend news, huh?
Is a really important one, isn't it, Andrew? To keep wary of. You need to get sleep. You've got to eat well. You've got to try and look after yourself as much as you can through a pretty grueling exercise. And I guess you guys have to keep an eye on the leader as well and make sure they're being looked after.
Yeah, it's a hard journey, and I think the early mornings are a killer initially, but you do settle into
What are we upset about? What's going on? What's the problem?
Nice.
That's so loud.
You know how when they put on the belt with the bombs on them, and just before they get ready to go off, they say "Allah Abba."
Come on, you said something. You can't keep it from the group now. You've been put on the screen.
With them. But I think you've got to have lighter moments in your campaign as well to give you that energy. And we spent a lot of time working within our team to provide those lighter moments, those moments where you can relax and switch off. It's not go to woe for the entire day. As Ryan said, it's very much focused on that morning session and smashing through the media in the morning and getting your message right. It gets a little bit in the afternoon. It's quite it's quite relaxed in the afternoon because you find yourself waiting for the next event. And when you've got the press pack with you, it's kind of like they leapfrog you and to the next event, and you can't go there ahead of them, so you have to sit and wait in a cafe. So there's actually a lot of time just sitting around.
You know what's pretty cool about the Liberals? They're trying to privatize the healthcare to make it more like America. It's pretty cool.
Twiddling our thumbs and waiting for media events to be set up.
What about the added element now of influencers that we know are going to be on the campaign and, you know, keen for content, and both leaders are going to be keen to be doing podcasts and talking to, you know, not traditional media only. Does that...
We should see if we can get one of them candidates. Well, fuck it. I'll grill the fuck out of him.
Is that going to make them busier?
Oh, there's no doubt about that. And I actually don't mind this. I know that the coalition have jumped up and down about it, but they should be getting their own influencers in. I mean, there's plenty of them. There's nothing wrong with that approach that Anthony Albanese is taking. I commend it. You know, politics is about reaching audiences that don't necessarily connect in traditional senses. Yeah. So it adds another dynamic to it. It brings in more people that would traditionally switch off from a campaign. I think that's great.
A couple of other things about a campaign. Mixing it with voters, right? The unscripted moments, the risk and reward, I suppose. Leaders always say we love meeting, you know, ordinary Australians. The greatest part of the campaign is working your way around talking to Australians. I'm sure they're genuine about that, but there must run also be an element of sheer panic when you're just not sure what might happen that could ruin your day, ruin your week on the campaign.
Well, yeah, absolutely, and to your point, David, it is a sort of real risk reward sort of decision process you go through. You're always searching for those perfect pitches, the pitches that'll beat, you know, your opposition numbers, sort of pitches for the day. You go into a shopping centre, particular areas, you kind of get a bit of a vibe for when you're sort of going about whether it could sort of go pear-shaped pretty quickly. But then it also, to Andrew's point, it kind of depends on the principle who you're working with. If you're someone like Bill, for example, like he was a real sort of confidence player, he got his energy off people, he spent his life, you know, working with unions and all that. So his happy place is out there talking to punters, talking to people. So you take that small risk for the reward of having the good pitches and the good energy that it feeds to his campaign to keep his sort of personal confidence going as well. And the more sort of stage managed it looks, like the more cynical the journos get too, and the less likely you are to sort of get a decent run, or worse than that, get a smash up on the news at night.
What about these things we're seeing more and more of? They're kind of like mini campaign launches. They're not the full-blown thing, but it's kind of a bit American-style politics where you have the party supporters with their T-shirts and it's in the round, and there might be one in Adelaide, there might be one in Brisbane. Andrew, do those things work, or do they look too stage managed?
No, they're purely designed to show momentum to the public. That they're not coming along for the ride every day, so they don't see that. So it is purely designed as a showcase moment to show momentum. That there's there's energy, there's a crowd there, even though they're all supporters. It's really that's the point, and it's also designed for the leader to look prime ministerial.
It's PR.
To look down the lens and give the 1, 2, 3 messages in a clear space. So it's all designed for those moments. You win the images and you win the day when it comes to campaigning, and those moments are pivotal to showing the public that there is momentum here.
And what about debates? Full disclosure, we're very much hoping to be hosting a debate on the ABC in this election campaign. How much work goes in? How much concentration and concern and prep is there ahead of a campaign event like a debate, Andrew? And do they matter?
Probably too much attention goes into them, to be honest. The leader would travel with a book that goes through the angles that need to be exploited, the messages that need to be put forward, and you do a lot of scenario planning for what can go on wrong or right on those occasions, and the points that you need to hit against the other leader as well. So there's a lot of attention, there's a lot of planning that goes into them. They are not comfortable, to be honest, for anyone, leader included. No leader really enjoys those moments, but because they know that they are important. If the public would maybe tune in for 2 or 3 moments during a campaign, and usually one of those is a debate.
Yeah, Ryan, what are your memories of those moments?
Oh, mostly traumatic. No, I'm kidding. Andrew's right. The amount of prep that goes into it for like an hour, debate is extraordinary. It's like weeks beforehand. You got a whole range of policy issues, particularly the more popular format, which are the people's forums now. They're really good insofar as one of the things we did with Bill was embark on a bit of a town hall strategy. So he went around to a whole stack of marginal seats and met punters, took questions, and that made him quite match fit when it came to
That's honestly the best way to do it. I mean, look at AOC. Look at how she's doing it. She's doing the same thing. She's going around taking questions, presenting herself in public, not just being a person in fucking Washington or whatever. It's exactly how you should be doing it.
To debates, really sort of punching through and be able to sort of get his point across.
Yeah, and being match fit, did either of you, let's be honest, do any of that rehearsing where you got someone pretending to be the other guy doing a dummy debate, Ryan?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, right, absolutely.
And it's interesting when you've got people who unnamed people who may have been senior members of Bill's front bench standing up pretending to be Scott Morrison, absolutely eviscerating Bill Shorten.
Who did Scott Morrison?
I think we had Dreyfus. Was it Mark Dreyfus? So Dreyfus was Turnbull. I'm sorry, I can't remember who had Morrison, but Dreyfus did the quintessential sort of QC type. Exactly, that's right.
What about on your side, Andrew? Were there any names you can name who did the
I actually
debates?
can't remember who stood in for who. I mean, we do this in pretty much every time that we front the media. We take the place of journalists in that preparation, and Scott was always very, very keen to do a dummy press conference before every press conference. And I think it is a very good discipline for a leader to learn, because you need to hear how things sound when they come out. And Scott was very good at listening to that, taking advice, and putting things in his brain that he knew he could draw from at that moment when that question came. So any leader that's not doing that prep is not perhaps not doing a good enough job in terms of protecting themselves.
Really interesting point. So I'm keen to get both of your thoughts on this campaign that's just begun. We've heard the opening pitches, a lot of cost of living focus from both, a lot of, here is the choice, framing the choice from both Anthony Albanese and Peter Dutton. Ryan, how do you see this one starting this campaign? Who has the edge, do you think? Who has the clearest, the best opening pitch?
I think it's interesting if you take a step back and think about 3 weeks ago, Tropical Cyclone Alfred, things were thrown up in the air. All the conventional all the commentary coming from Canberra was this was a huge disadvantage for the government. Now, to their credit, to the PM and Treasurer's credit, they pivoted quite well, pulled some announcements forward in relation to health, and really sort of seized that momentum. And I think heading into budget week, and having spent the week in Canberra in budget week talking to MPs, there is a real sort of sense of momentum sort of shift. They're all walking back or heading back to their electorates today, feeling much better about the world than they were maybe a month ago, with unexpected messages around, like Labor's now the party of lower taxes, which I don't think anyone sort of saw coming. So to the government's credit, they've pivoted, they've done well in that respect. But that sort of momentum can shift really quickly. A mistake on the campaign trail can change things overnight or in that moment. And it's how you sort of deal with that. So a perfect example being, the first week of the 2022 campaign, Prime Minister forgot the number, the interest rate number.
Unemployment rate, or was it
it was the interest rate number. It was interest rates, yeah. And so there was obviously a clear stuff up. Within hours, he was out doing another doorstop, trying to sort of quarterize it. Because the last thing you want is for this to sort of go on, to kick along the process, etc. Now that sort of hung around probably a little bit longer than anyone from the Labor Party would have liked, but that was the best way possible to sort of quarterise, move on. Tomorrow's the next day, and I think that's the real lesson in campaigns that I learned, is that stuff's going to go wrong. You don't get to control stuff. It's going to go wrong. It's how you deal with it, and move forward onto the next thing, so you can start resetting and start setting the agenda again.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting reminder of that last campaign and Anthony Albanese's early struggles with some of those facts and figures. I'll ask you this one too, Andrew. But Ryan, what is the biggest clanger in a campaign that you might have been involved in, and how do you?
All right, that's sort of personal shit. All right, next. Okay. So basically, it's a lot of PR. It's essentially campaign strategy. It's a lot of PR. A lot of PR and convincing people, and long days to convince people, and more PR. Cool.
Someone and they swear that all of their exes were psychos, and then you slowly realize that, oh wait, I'm talking to the person who was the problem in the relationship. Unrelatedly, the Young Turks. And I'm going to make this as brief as possible because there are a million far more important and pressing things going on right now. As you know, actual fascism. But to make it brief, Cenk Uygur, the head of TYT, recently hath forbidden me from appearing on any TYT shows because, in part, I said that him capitulating to right-wing framing on many issues meant he was, quote, acting like a bitch. And the truth is, he was. And I'll explain that a little bit later. But first, some backstory. So I have been a contractor at TYT for 10 years now, appearing on all of the shows as a fill-in host, as a guest host during election coverage, on the TYT main show, on the Damage Report, and on Indisputable, along with a lot of other shows. I have always hopped on at the last minute, always helped out in a pinch. I guest host last minute, and yes, I was paid. And if you're watching this and you are a TYT contributor and you are not getting paid, stop going on TYT until you do. I've never been a full-time employee, never got healthcare, never got maternity leave when I had my child. But back in 2018, I was hired for a 6-month contract to pilot a show for $3,000 a month. Then, however, their funding bottomed out and I was let go. And they broke their contract. My reps at the time thought I should sue to get the full 6 months of payment and work that I was owed, but I didn't, because I told them that TYT was good people and I wanted to maintain my relationship, and I did. That is until things started to turn for TYT politically. This started happening around the pandemic. Around the pandemic, Anna Kasparian seemed to become focused on the issue of homelessness, especially in a city that I used to call home, which is San Francisco. She had an objectively scary experience with an unhoused person, and in fact, I went back to see when she told her audience about this. And I do remember the day that Anna told the story on air. In fact, I was also on after she told that story, but I didn't hear it at the time. It was within an interview that she was doing with an author by the name of Michael Schellenberger, who had written the book San Francisco, Why Progressives Are Ruining Cities. Instead of focusing on housing market prices, on how homelessness often leads to things like addiction and mental illness, Schellenberger focuses on Democrats who thinks go too easy on the unhoused. I remember that I jumped onto the show right after he got off, after that interview, and the TYT audience was really pissed because they felt like the framing and the platforming of someone like Schellenberger was a disservice to the issue of homelessness, mental illness, and addiction. Anna apparently took that as the chat downplaying what happened to her rather than how the issues were presented. She's since gone on right-wing shows like Glenn Beck, Piers Morgan, and Jillian Michaels, among others, to retell this story and use it as rationale for why she feels the left left her, that maybe she's never been left, why she's politically homeless, or, politically unhoused. Since then, she's gone on to cover critical stories from right-wing framing, like the alleged takeovers of buildings by Venezuelan gangs in Aurora, Colorado, like the mentally ill, undocumented man in Los Angeles, who was found lighting fires, but who was not responsible for the wildfires themselves in January. Throwing progressive mayors like Brandon Johnson of Chicago under the bus because he listens to teachers too much. Anna's actually really skilled at what she does, so the laziness with which she treats these stories really just stands out all the more. Let me give you some backstory, though, of Anna and my friendship. We've never been close, despite a hike, a dinner, and the time that she generously gave me a gift for my new baby, and then explained to me that she was going to debate Ben Shapiro because, in her words, she, quote, felt she could win over his audience. Two moments with Anna stand out for me in terms of how I've always treated her. In 2016, I was working with AJ Plus, and we were at the RNC. I had just started going on TYT a little bit and meeting everyone. And TYT was there, and Anna was there, and she was frustrated because she hadn't been booked on many appearances on camera, and instead a panel of men mostly clogged up the day. I stood next to her and told her how annoying that was, and just tried to build her up in solidarity. Then in 2019, we went out to lunch in Los Angeles at an awesome spot that she knew of. And Anna confided to me that she was frustrated about leadership at TYT. How she wasn't involved in day-to-day decision-making, and how Cenk viewed her more as a kid sister rather than a co-equal partner. And at the time, she wanted to branch out on her own and do videos on a new channel. I implored her at that moment to stay. I said that it's always women that tend to walk away from organizations, even when they've helped build them up to the point that they're at. I told her to fight for more of a decision-making role and to not walk away. And she did. And it looks like the editorial decisions that we see being made at TYT are in part because she now has the reins. In a way, I'm proud of her, even if I don't like the coverage. In November of last year, in an effort to understand where Anna was coming from and why she was doing what she was doing, I invited her to come on my show, The Bituation Room. She agreed, but also told me that she had a family emergency that sounded bad, and I told her to not worry and that we would find a time in the new year. That week, she went on Glenn Beck's show. And it kind of puzzled me, to be honest. She obviously now is likely not going to come on my show, in part because Cenk did. And I wanted to talk to him about his own very cordial conversations with the right since the election or re-election of Donald Trump, in which he tells various figures, from Charlie Kirk to Patrick Bet-David to Tim Pool to RFK Jr. lover, again, Jillian Michaels, about how he agrees that the left is often cruel and too extreme, saying that at a time where people are literally being disappeared for their political beliefs by this right-wing agenda. Anyone can watch the discussion, I put it in the link below, and it's honestly just a really disturbing portrait of his very with me or against me mentality. I even foreshadowed in the video the idea that he would boot me from TYT one day. And he did. It was also staggering how much he was shadowboxing with me as some kind of stand-in for the max left that has lost their minds. In that video, he laughed at me for suggesting that Trump would create detention camps. After the discussion in December, TYT main show never asked me back on. And then when I made a harmless little video pointing out that yes, there are detention camps, that seemed to be one of the final straws. Personally, Cenk and I were never close. In 2022, I think we went out to lunch and he asked me if I wanted to work with TYT full-time. And it gave me pause. Look, I work with a number of outlets. I am a stand-up comedian. I value my free time.
Why aren't you
and I
funny?
have my own show. I wanted time to do those things, but also
great.
I pay through the nose for things like healthcare and a little bit of
No,
job
she's
stability.
super funny. Have you seen some of her videos?
No, actually, I was about to say, can you find some of her stand-up?
She's
I'm actually curious.
fucking hilarious. I mean,
I'm
look on her channel, The Bituation Room with Francesca Florentini.
Fine. I fucking will.
Would be amazing. I also know how hard the company works people who work there, and I know how it treated the union drive. I also know how much they deny full-time employees
Look up her
bonuses
name,
every
Francesca
year,
Florentini,
even when they're
and then do
delivering
best
millions of
of.
views. I know that they're kind of cheap,
Because
and
her
Cenk
stand-up
usually
is
doesn't
one
like
thing,
it
but I think,
when
like,
people negotiate
joke
with
she's
him.
able
So
to
I said,
work into
sure,
videos
I want to
is
work for
great.
TYT full-time,
She has
but it
great
depends on the offer, which, by the way, you should always ask for an offer before you pledge loyalty to anyone or any company. An offer never came, because in my view, loyalty wasn't a given. All this to say, I'm not sad to leave TYT behind, especially now. With, of course, the exception of the damage report with John Idarola, who I care about and I think is so talented. But we live in a time of right-wing monsters, authoritarians, and yes, fascists. And anyone capitulating to their framework about human rights, about policing, around militarism, is not serious about liberation or democracy. Please.
Sure, that's fair. I got this
I'm
one.
Francesca Fiorentini, and 91 weeks ago, we started a comedy offshoot called... I already am fucking up. I get it! 91 weeks ago, we started a comedy offshoot of AJ Plus called News Broke. And now, it's time to end. Why are we ending? Well, because we won the internet. No, in all honesty, AJ Plus is moving to DC, and Newsbroke didn't want to relocate so close to Mordor. So this is our farewell look back at what's been an awesome ride. We may release a few pieces on Facebook that we'd previously released on YouTube, but this is our final original Newsbroke piece. Play it again, Kate. Play it again.
Okay,
We have been through so much together, from the DNC to the RNC, in sketches, in the field, in the studio, and of course the 2016 election, which we all thought would end differently. Yeah, we thought Hillary would be president, okay? And yeah, that would have posed its own problems, but instead of doing more deep dives on issues like private prisons, we ended up needing to do more videos on why being...
Okay, find something then, because I can't find anything.
I'll try.
Go back to her channel, I'm kind of interested.
You guys remember free speech? You remember, we got a chatter. We got I believe it's Ben, my boy, who's going out. A lot of you have gone out and protested outside of Tesla dealerships. It's pretty chill. It's pretty normal. There's probably a Tesla dealership in your town. And this is a bridge too far for Mr. Free Speech. He's okay when he has to throw his heart out. Okay? He's okay when he allows Holocaust-denying memes and actual anti-Semitism, not speaking out against Israel, when he allows that on his platform, the artist formerly known as Twitter. But it's a bridge too far, and he's back on Fox News just with all the tears. And he's going...
Bro, I typed in her name, and
this has been a week where news...
Almost all the videos are the Vanguard boys.
It's literally right here.
They are fucking... No. I mean, I typed in her name, and the results came up as all the Vanguard boys talking about her.
That's hilarious.
They are fucking content machines, and anything that's gonna get clicks, they're on it. And then they don't even fucking have the attention span for it, but hey.
Yeah, like, their content is shit. I don't understand.
Of Pam Bondi, Attorney General, saying that, people protesting outside of Tesla or like flipping the bird at a Tesla, or targeting Tesla will be charged with domestic terrorism. Obviously, I'm exaggerating. They all are very upset that a few Teslas got burned down in Las Vegas, which again was very uncool. Nobody looked at the fire and thought it was cool. And but it kind of got eclipsed by the whole oops, I leaked a bunch of coordinates for F-18 bombings in Yemen to a journalist. And here is Elon Musk back on his...
Kamala, the unthinkable happens. So Kamala was not to win by a landslide and loses. Why?
I think fear sells, sadly. And I think that sometimes... sadly, Trump will have convinced...
You don't think she's been spewing fear about Trump?
Bro, let me answer a question.
Sis, do you not think that the fear's been coming mainly from their end?
No.
That he's the new Hitler, a new fascist, the world's going to end?
Let's talk about Epstein. You haven't asked me about Epstein. Let's talk about
Epstein. I don't give a damn about Epstein.
Apparently, they shared girlfriends. Michael Wolff said there's naked photos of Trump with underage girls, and apparently there was a stain on Trump's pants.
Okay, can we just...
Was that in Epstein's vault?
Can you get back to the question?
Was that do you think that was in Epstein's vault when the Trump's FBI raided Epstein's
If Kamala loses,
home?
Why would she lose?
What was in the vault?
Otherwise, you won't get a chance.
I'm not going to. You're interrupting me all the time.
I don't want to talk about Jeffrey Epstein. Sorry.
Well, I wasn't talking about Epstein. Then you interrupted me, sir.
Right. Can you answer my question?
So, if she loses, why?
When I come on your podcast, you can ask me about Jeffrey Epstein as much as you like. But now, I want to ask about Kamala loses why.
I think she will have lost because she, I think, cut the progressive base out from under her. I think Joe Biden in 2020 actually made a lot of overtures to the Bernie Sanders base.
You know what?
Make sure to vote. Vote in the poll.
That's a pretty good take.
Yeah, she's great.
Like to say that the Democrats lost because they completely abandoned any progressive position is pretty good take.
And I have not seen as much of outreach from Kamala Harris.
Did she? Interesting.
Yeah.
Harris. To the progressives and specifically Muslim American voters and anyone who does not want to see more bloodshed in the Middle East.
And if she wins, why?
And if she wins, it's because we believe in health care for all people. And that includes women and especially pregnant women who want to be parents, who want to have families, and who want to be safe in so doing.
But men can still play in women's sport, as far as you're concerned. Nothing unfair or unsaid about that.
So there was a stain on his pants. Isn't that disgusting? Do you think there was a photo in the vault
Your
of
refusal
Epstein?
to answer the question says it all.
Every time you talk about trans athletes, I'm going to tell you about Epstein.
That's fine.
It's a good way to filibuster it, honestly. Fuck it. Let's do this one while we wait for the poll to come in.
The United States of America, a land full of hope, prosperity, and most importantly, freedom. A place that is a major force on the international scene.
Timeline lore, fuck off. I don't
world. At least
want to
it
watch
did
this
after
shit.
World War II, and now over the years
What,
in a cyberpunk timeline.
You don't want to know
it has
how the
sub-
US collapsed in Cyberpunk?
No, I haven't played it yet.
Ah, okay. Fair enough. We will not play this one then. How about
I've
Johnny
played a
Harris?
little
It's changing, and I want to show you how.
This is not a video that's going to be a short 15-minute video either.
That
you
is
know
true.
This is gonna take us longer than Dave Rubin, but I sent you other
Yeah.
Francesca clips to look at.
Okay.
Last votes. Come on, guys. You vote in that poll.
Huge night coming up. There's so much pressure to
I know you can
perform
hear me.
on this evening. How do you deal with the nerves of Valentine's Day? We're in Paris.
The poll is to pick the genre of movie that we watch on our secret channel. You can watch movie with us if you pick the poll, even if you don't.
Or you can just vote even if you don't plan on showing up.
Yeah, that too.
We're here in New Orleans. I'm here in beautiful Portland, Oregon, the Gulf Coast of Louisiana, New Hampshire, land of covered bridges, maple syrup, and white people. Do you feel like he represents you? Yes. But now, are you a billionaire, sir? No. What about new slogans? Yeah, we need new slogans. Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's a social safety net. Nah. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba, Paul Ryan sucks. Our president may end up being taken down by a porn star. Can I just say that Trump being undone by his favorite vice is such a perfect example of poetic justice that I feel like Oompa Loompas are gonna roll him out of the Oval Office. What do you get when you cheat on your wife?
This is like, you know, her working with other writers, you know?
Yeah.
So that's like, you can't say that she's funny there. It's more of the show. But,
Yeah.
you know, she's got delivery.
No, she definitely does.
I'm going
she's
to the
really
University
just a
of
witty
Pennsylvania.
person, I think.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. She's just quick, which is great for comedy.
And she's high energy.
Yes.
ADHD.
To see what happens if you give your body to medical students.
Hello. I don't feel any differently about body donation, especially because after seeing the praises of body donation, then they were like, "Ooh, I don't want that to happen to me." So, you know, food for thought. Or maybe just thought. Can big business save us from climate collapse? Wouldn't it be more sustainable to, you know, not add so much sugar into all the drinks, which is sustainably giving people diabetes around the world? Well, we offer choice. When was the first time that you felt the burn?
Oh, and now they're talking about
from the very beginning.
making
This
America
is one of
healthy by
many-
regulating food. It's so funny.
Events organized each year by the Japanese government to get young people to hook up, shack up, and make babies.
The mayor is here.
Really?
Parents are here. Eligible bachelors and bachelorettes are here.
The Census Bureau says fewer people are marrying and many are waiting longer.
Why does the Census Bureau sound like my mom's "when am I gonna be a grandma" routine, only with stats? What are your thoughts on something like a female Viagra? Would you take something like that?
Female
No, I wouldn't. Why not?
Well, because I'm too old. I mean, I'm 95.
Oh, you don't want a female horny pill at 95? Why not?
Well, that's the thing is you ask the men, and they're all like, "Hell yeah!"
Get ready to play softball, hardball. Tell me about filming in the Outback.
But I love getting out into the space of Australia.
What do you think about the free trade agreement, Trans-Pacific Partnership? Do you think it's going to help the middle class in Australia, or is it going to hurt it?
Being sensitive to white fragility is difficult, which is why we've devised a simple system to help you foster a non-hostile work environment for your white employees and co-workers. Stop, ignore, listen, empathize, never complain, and eat. Or as we like to call it, the silence system. Are you aware that there are women who have had miscarriages who are currently in prison and have been sentenced to 30 years for aggravated homicide within your country?
I'm aware, and we determined that they are lying.
Can I say I'm a big fan?
Sure you can.
Okay, that's not weird, right?
How How high is too high?
If you can't find your keys, you're probably bordering on that.
I can't find my keys when I'm not high. Welcome to the All Lives Matter convention. The RNC. Does harassing women online make it easier to know that your parents never hugged you as a child?
Did you hear that joke?
Wait, which one? The RNC
The
one?
convention.
Yes.
Welcome to the All Lives Matter convention.
It's very funny. They're good little clips. I like this. She's funny. Sorry, women can't be funny. She's not funny.
I don't know if her stand-up's any good, but like as far as like political commentators,
Yeah.
she
Yeah,
can be annoying,
not bad.
but she's funny.
Not bad at all.
She keeps getting on Piers Morgan, and Piers fucking hates her, but she's good for clicks. I think she's told him that to his face too, and he was like all huffy and puffy about it.
Do you think it's fair that more water is being put into golf courses and a sport that is so boring? Good night, and we're all going to die.
All right, let's start the transition.
Rumble,
Vote.
see you later.
If you haven't voted, you're a bitch. I see 5 people viewing. I know one of you haven't voted.
Okay, the link should be live now. If you are moving over, send the word penis in the chat, so I know that you're in there. And once you got 3 minutes, let's say, and then I'm gonna shut down the YouTube, and then a minute after that, I'll shut down the Twitch. That's not the word penis. What are you doing? You're destroying my system here.
I was just testing.
Hold on. See? Alright. But yeah, so what ended up winning?
Spoilers.
Female dating strategy.
Years ago, I made a video where
Wow. I think I might have just found the most insufferable video ever. It's an hour long. It's a movie length video.
You got a huge night coming.
Alrighty. What a nightmare. Okay, it hasn't been 3 minutes.
I'm just. I was just looking for if there's any better quality streams of it. And what's funny is there's a Reddit here, and it says, "Can someone explain blank 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 to me like I'm 5?" Uh-oh.
What?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The poll's tied.
Uh-oh.
All that just to get one more vote to tie it up. Someone has to break this tie.
I will do it. Send it in the privet shit.
And then I'm gonna refresh this page real quick.
That's not the private chat.
Did you already vote?
No. Have now.
Okay. It went back to the one that won before, which is good because I already have it pulled up.
Alright, YouTube is going offline in 3, 2,